Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the respected dignitaries, distinguished speakers, honorable participants, and the loving audience, all beautiful people present here from all around the globe. I, Miss Nada Ratkovic, the IIU co-founder Europe, the president of IIU Research Center, welcome you all to the Global Summit on Education, Research, and SDG, the GSER SDG 2023 on the topic The Changing Roles of Education and Research in Achieving the Sustainable Development and SDGs. Learning to rethink, learning to act, learning to achieve. The joining event in collaboration by International Internship University, Bulacan State University, IIU Research Center, IAHRM Philippines, and SHPH Publications. Education will be the linchpin of Sustainable Development Agenda, whose success relies on individuals through the lifetime acquiring relevant knowledge and developing positive attitudes to address global changes. Educate, promote attitude. Just a moment, let me mute all. Mute all. Please be muted. So, educate, promote attitude, change, empower, and mobilize. Today, human rights is an empowering framework for understanding and addressing justice issues at local, domestic, international levels, and the quality, universality, interdependence of the human rights. I'm pleased and honored to present today our organizers. International Internship University, a leading virtual education system, a global brand confederation, which is the most valuable and trusted worldwide and well reputed in delivering innovative programs. Globally, it is a trusted name for quality training programs and is committed to provide better and virtual education to all the young learners of the globe. In a short span of time, IIU has spread its wings in 195 countries, 6 continents, under the strong leadership of its visionary founder, Mr. Piyush Pandit Sir, a committed and inspiring social activist, a passionate educationist from the last 2 decades, providing education to students from various social and cultural backgrounds. The sky is the limit for his dedication and hard work. About IHRM Philippines, International Human Rights Movement is working to strengthen and support all nations' capacity to engage in sustainable development through educational access, relief programs, ecological, bioethical reflections, actions, while taking into consideration the traditional social cultural values of each nation. The main objective of International Human Rights Movement just a moment, please. Dr. Myla, can you mute all, please?
Yeah, I already muted.
Dear students, please mute yourself when you join. I know today a lot of us are here on the great IIU stage. Please be muted. The Bulacan University, Philippines is the third organizer. It is a premier state-operated institution of higher learning in Central Luzon region. The vision is a progressive knowledge-generating institution globally recognized for excellent instruction, pioneering research, and responsive community engagements. The mission is to produce highly competent, ethical, service-oriented professionals that contribute to the sustainable social, economic growth, and development of the nation. With the goals, provide relevant, quality, accessible education, innovative, responsive research, and public engagement. Second, financial management, good governance. And yes, today the students will present and say how they are great in the Philippines. About IIU Research Center. IIU Research Center is a unique hub establishment and by the IIU, and it is giving an opportunity to the researchers, authors, educators, students, scholars across the globe. It enhances the research opportunities, academic excellence, real-world problem solving, knowledge creation, and dissemination. Me, Professor Nada Radkovic, as the president of IIU Research Center, thinks if you have ever thought about how would be the world without education, research, science, innovation, technology, or any development of anything, then the IIU Research Center is the right place for you. So today, it's my honor to invite the master of the ceremony, a chairperson, and a great guest speaker, Dr. Myla M. Arquinas. She is an associate professor from the De La Salle University, Department of Sociology and Behavioral Science. She is a research fellow at Social Development Research Center. From 2020 to 2022, she served as an assistant dean for external affairs and mission of De La Salle College of Liberal Arts. She is one of the innovative educators outstanding research awardees from 2022 International Organization of Educators Researchers, Outstanding Individuals in the Field of Education, Bright Excellence Award. She has a lot of interest. She's an author, she's a researcher, she's a reviewer. She has so many articles in Scopus and Elsevier journals, like the Journal of the Adolescent Health, Open Sage, Asia Pacific Migration Journal. She also served as a consultant, research person, facilitator for various local international organizations such as UNICEF, Save the Children, TESDA, the Department of Agriculture, and etc. I can talk about Dr. Myla until tomorrow. So, welcome all to the Global Summit on Education, Research, SDG, on the topic, the changing roles of education, research in achieving the sustainable development, the SDGs. Dr. Myla, today let us learn to rethink, learn to act, learn to achieve. The IIU stage is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nada. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, good day to everyone. Welcome, okay, to the Global Summit on Education, Research, and SDG on the topic, the changing roles of education and research in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, with the theme, learning to rethink, learning to act, and learning to achieve. Now, to give us the opening remarks, okay, I will call in now Dr. Froilan D. Mobo, the president, okay, of the IHRM Philippines and the assistant director in the PMMA and Philippine ambassador at large of the IHRM. So, Dr. Mobo, the floor is yours now to give the welcome opening remarks.
Okay, so good afternoon. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, very clear.
Good afternoon, dear friends from the global community. So I would like to welcome you all to our conference for today. So thank you for joining for our Sustainable Development Conference. So with that, to all the of course, to all the group that who joined us, thank you for attending, and we will be looking forward for more engagement in terms of collaboration, in terms of human rights movement. So with that, thank you and good afternoon and mabuhay from the Republic of the Philippines.
Thank you very much, okay, Dr. Moba. So we are to start, okay, the ball rolling. Okay, for the first speaker, we will be having a resource person from Croatia. May I call in Dr. Irish Sorik? Okay, so let me give a short bio note, okay, of Dr. Irish. So an English and German teacher at elementary school, Jagoda Truhelka Ostic, okay, in Croatia, okay, with 20 years of teaching experience. So she studied and completed the course of English language and literature and German language and literature at the Faculty of Philosophy and OSIT, Croatia. I've already have around 3,000, she already have 3,000 students and have been teaching English and German, okay, with a lot of enthusiasm and motivation. She showed much interest, okay, to encouraging her students to be part of many national and international competitions to excel more on English. She had provided and promoted extraordinary commitment and engagement on extracurricular activities that have been helping students to learn, appreciate more English and German language. So with this, okay, let me call in now, okay, Dr. Iris Sorik from Croatia. So the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much, Myla. I'm really glad to be today with all of you, and I will present my presentation. So you said almost everything about me, but now my presentation will say more, a little bit more. Okay, so let me share the screen first. Am I sharing? Is it visible?
Yes. Yes, you're clear.
Okay, but I have to hide myself. Just a moment. Okay, so good mornings. In Croatia, it is morning. So today we are going to talk about the changing roles of education in achieving SDG goals. So first of all, I will also say something about myself. So I have been teaching English and German language for 20 years so far. I have been teaching different age groups, young learners, teenagers, and adults. And I am very enthusiastic about new ways of teaching. I am fond of digital technology and international projects and competition, but I also do pay attention to my students' well-being and emotions, and of course, mental health. So I will start from my teaching motto. So I think that educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. So I think that if you make friends with your students, then you can achieve much more than if you just, I don't know, if you're not close to them. So I will present today my innovative ways of teaching foreign languages. And I will show you how I teach my students to be tolerant, helpful, and empathetic, and accept differences among people. Why is it so important to use new and innovative ways of teaching and learning? First of all, you cannot motivate your students if you do not learn your whole life, if you're not motivated yourself. You cannot be a role model to them because if you do not show them that you know more than they do related to digital technology, related to languages, for example, you cannot gain their respect nowadays because they are exposed to many different sources of learning. I also want to offer them everything that is available nowadays, giving them opportunities to make progress. As you know, teaching of foreign languages offers you a lot of opportunities to incorporate SDG goals into our curriculum. So I do that constantly. I organize intercultural English classes with different countries. So I will show you what it looks like. Just a moment. So, of course, I have to have parental consent form from their parents. And I have created this teacher's portfolio. I am in many groups of teachers of foreign languages, English and German teachers. And in this way, they can see what I am interested in, what my ideas for intercultural classes are, and so on. This is a short way to present yourself. I also prepared intercultural meeting, the code of behavior, in which they can speak only English or German language. They should have their webcams on. They should be muted, but be ready to unmute, and so on and so on. Before I organize these classes of foreign languages, I always have short meetings with other teachers. And we also choose topics related to our curriculum, but sometimes we also ask our students to suggest some topics, such as my country, my school, school systems, cities, culture, special holidays, free time activities, but we also do grammar together. We have spelling bee online competitions and so on. This is not the list, the final list. This presentation was made, I think, several years ago, but I think my students met 80 countries so far. So the list is really long. So it looks like this. Sometimes my students prepare quizzes, sometimes they prepare some videos or presentations about the topic we deal with, and then they present that in meetings. In this way, I foster their communication skills, presentational skills, critical thinking, and so on. They also exchanged letters with different countries. So this one was from Slovakia. We also exchanged videos with Brazilian students. So all these videos can be played, for example. Okay, and my students share their own videos as well. Indonesian students video exchange. We have also created a video book, The Little Prince. So each participant from different countries reads a part of the book, and then we create one book, digital book. So we have also organized video competitions in which students from different countries voted for the best video. We present Erasmus Plus projects. These are the projects related to European Union. And of course, we have made a lot of friends in this way. Okay, and we also, I also met Taiwan friends. Then we celebrated important dates together, for example, Happy New Year. I included my students in global classroom pair share because I wanted them not only to foster English language, but also German language. So I chose Germany as a partner, Vincent Kramer, and we had a lot of meetings in which they talked not only in English, but also in German language. I also like public speaking, and I really encourage my students to do acting, to practice their communicational skill in this way. And of course, the most important thing is to gain basic knowledge in foreign languages at my elementary level, the students that I teach, okay? I included them also in different international competitions. For example, English Language Olympiad, in which the competences of listening skills, comprehension skills, and writing comprehension skills are being tested. Public speaking and debate competition, it was really nice. I will show you the pictures. And I must say, my student won the third prize, and the first and the second were the Philippines, the people from the Philippines. So congratulations to all of you, because I saw how good you are at speaking English. The third was Let's Celebrate Europe Day and singing songs in English and German language and spelling bee. Okay, so this was international speech and competition debate. It looks like this. So they prepare a short speech and judges evaluate them. I will show you shortly one of my students. This one was not the winner, but okay, just a moment. Okay, this was Let's Celebrate Europe Day competition, in which students had to make a video or a digital poster, or just to draw something, but it should be also related to German and English language. So this was my students' work. The topic for this school year was what qualities should you possess in order to live in every city of the world. So I can work in a team well, I should be creative, use technology wisely, I'm digitally literate. So this is the combination of art and foreign languages. And this is the second work of my student. This was spelling bee competition, in which students have to spell the words that are given to them, and they are not allowed to make any mistakes. So my student Marco, the 7th grader, won the first prize, and this little girl was only a competitor. Okay. So I will show you how I foster public speech in my classes. Also a short video.
Source. Now I don't agree with that. I think very much from your cell phone, from your laptop, from your computer, and I think it's very wrong that some teachers assume that books are the only source of information that you get. But I don't think if you
Okay, so that was Luca. He was not prepared. I just gave them the topic and he had to talk. The next interesting activity was a talk show. These are my 7th graders. So they made a talk show. So they were famous psychologists. Okay, so the second very interesting activity they enjoyed a lot. Then I also created this project. I am the author of this project. So they had to write, or they had to first make a research on biographies of famous people, and then they had to create those biographies in English and to give them their own voice. It looks like this. So this is just an example because this Voki works.
Hallo liebe Kinder, eure Deutschlehrerin ist heute nicht anwesend. Sie ist leider krank. Deswegen werde ich heute eure Lehrerin sein.
So they had to put their own voice into their presentation. Then I also on Padlet, they put the videos about themselves, all about me. And then we exchange these videos also with Brazilian students. For example, they also put them here, and then we listened to each other, and they also emailed each other after that activity, for example.
Hi, my name is Zoe. I live in Austin. I have a big family, and I have 2 brothers and two sisters.
Okay, so these are my 5th graders. They also created digital books in English. I also put them on Padlet. So they have chosen the story they really like, or they liked as they were little. So they also put pictures and their voice into it.
Beauty and the Beast.
Okay. Then they also do videos together in a team. Okay, I won't play everything. What's going on? Yes. And so on and so on. Okay, these are the biographies of famous people that I already mentioned. And we also collaborate with different countries, and they come to our school, and I prepare with my students presentations and different workshops for our guests. So this year, Polish, Slovenian, and Icelandic teachers came to the visit. And what I pay attention to is that my students should be more active than I am in these workshops. So they had to prepare the performances, workshops, they should talk and not me. I just prepare them and they present. Okay, so these are some of the pictures. And I also ask them for their opinion. So we do a lot of e-twinning projects with different countries, and they always share their opinion.
Name is Anna, and I go to the 5th grade. I wanted to say that we had a lot of fun at the e-twinning project. I learned a lot. We had a lot of meetings with other countries. First, I was scared to say anything in meetings, but then I realized that I don't have anything
to be afraid of, yes. And I also like combining singing and dancing in my teaching. Okay, so this was the song in German language when our Polish students came to us. Okay, so this was German. This was English, Feliz Navidad. Okay. And the last thing that I will mention is charity work, in which I show them how to be tolerant, to feel empathy, and how to be helpful. So I have participated with my students in e-twinning project Calling for Peace, in which my students created around 140 letters of support for European teachers and students hit by the terrible war. I also included my students in the project HELP, in which they developed their language skills, digital skills, empathetic skills, and intercultural skills. They also wrote letters of hope for victims of earthquakes. I will show you also a short video in Turkey. Okay, and whenever I start doing a project, I always tell them a story about some people who suffer. I always talk about emotions. How would you feel? How would you react? Okay, and then they are eager to do such activities. And we also organized for Christmas charity fair for children without parents. In this way, I improved entrepreneurial skills, do-it-yourself skills, digital skills, because they have created leaflets for our fair, financial literacy, because they had to collect the donations, count the money, and so on. And of course, empathetic skills, because we gave all the money to children without parents. So these were their creations. And we were all really happy that we helped those kids because they needed our love, help, and care. And my students and their parents and I, we made a lot of cookies. And at the end of each school year, I organized a ceremony at the end of the year to award them for their efforts and hard work. Okay, I don't know whether we have time, but I think that we don't have enough. So I will stop sharing now.
Okay.
Okay,
Well, thank you very much, Iris, for your talk, for the sharing. Indeed, we learn a lot, from your innovative, activities, in the classroom. Very interesting, as to how you were able to design, plan, your activities so that you would be able to make the students active, be more participative, and be able to share their ideas, in the classroom. So different techniques, different ways that we in the Philippines, could also learn. Perhaps we could imitate, replicate, some of your activities,
Yes.
so that we would be able to make our students be more engaged, the way you are doing
Yes.
it in the classroom.
Yes, of course. I would be glad to share something with you in the future and collaborate with you.
Yes, thank you very much, for your sharing. Again, thank you very much, Iris.
Thank you,
Now,
Myla.
Next, we will be having our special speaker, for the event. So I will be calling, now Dr. Rajarao Pagidipali, of India, the chairman of Vishwa Humanity United International Royal Council. So with this, he will be sharing, inspire us, with his talk. Dr. Raja, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be on this platform. Really, the topic is a very important topic and the need of the hour. I'm very happy about International Internship University and the team from Philippines, here Brother Bobo, my dear friend Nada, our Honorable Excellency Elizabeth Lucas, and Myla Ji, and last but not the least, the king of this kingdom, Piyush Pandey Ji, who is the founder of IIU. The title itself, the role of education, because it's changing. The role of education is changing. The role of research is changing, because till 2020, we people have a notion that we are the superpowers, we are the kings, we are the emperors. But a small virus, within days, it proved that we human beings are, in spite of all the greater technology, we are nothing in front of a small virus. It proved. So the scenario changed after 2020. The spectrum of education changed. We have seen a paradigm shift in our own lives, because for the sake of good or for the sake of bad, whatever it may be, the virtual education has been leading. Of course, there are many positive sides. Of course, there are negatives. For everything, there are both sides to the coin. But let's take a positive version of this, because we are global people are on one platform. That is because of this virtual education. So we have to respect that. So, of course, it may not be a replacement. This virtual platform is, it may not be the replacement for the education, formal education, but it is a supplement. It is an addition. It will boost our formal education. So actually, it used to be that education is meant for jobs. You can get a job if you study well. Still today, even there are people who thinks like that. The job, the purpose, the main objective of the education is job. But we have reached the point, then there we have to accept that the days are gone. It's not for job anymore, it's for sustainability. It's for sustainability, and knowingly or unknowingly we are accepting the change. Sometimes we say that we are against to change, but in time being, we accept all the changes, whatever. Because if you see the education in 1970s, in India, if someone studies 10th class, he could get a job. In 80s, if they study intermediate, they could get a job. After the 1990s, if they study diploma or polytechnic, they could get a job. So scenario has been changing. Today, there are people with 20 plus degrees, but they can't get a job. So we have to accept the facts. The education is changing. The quality of education is changing. The role of education is changing. And one more thing is research. Very sad part is that from our education today, the scientific temper is missing. You believe it or not. Actually, we are in 2023. We are fast forwarding. We are advancing to 2050 and very close to 2030 of SDG agenda. But unfortunately, there are set of people who wanted to take us to back to the BC times. You believe it or not, that's what happening at present. So, which means they are trying to prove that the education which is there in BC, that was the quality education that is to be followed. Because they are saying their terminology as they are the orthodox, they are against to change, whatever they, but there is a section of people in the present scenario saying that thousands of years back, whatever the education that we have, that is best suitable for present scenario. And moreover, not only that, they are against to a scientific temper. Of course, we never ever say no to God, because God, the Lord, is a part of our lives. That's a different. Science is different. So we should not link with these two, science and God. So, but sadly, some section of people trying to take us back to BC times, because it is missing scientific temper. There are no logics, only magic. Unfortunately, I can say one example in the year 2020, when the saddest parties going on, which means what we call the suffering of pandemic in the year 2020 and 2021, all media channels interviewed not with the scientists or not with the doctors, but you can see all Gurujis, all spiritual leaders. They only, I think 10%, we can see only 10% of presence of scientists, scholars, researchers, doctors, etc., etc. But 90% space is occupied by spiritual leaders. I don't say spiritual leaders should not talk on these pandemics but how far? Because if you study whatever the inputs that are given in 2020 and 2021 with the name of these teachings, spiritual teachings, but they were not proven scientifically. Even there are doctors who claim that they are deterrent to our faith. So these are things that are happening because we are against to changes in education. We are against to changes in research. Not when we say we, not all, but certain section of people. So this has become a strong obstacle in our path, because we have to accept the change. I always speak about paradigm shift because it's by default. You accept it or not, because there are many who speak against technology, who speak against English, who speak against modern science and modern platforms. They are using all the modern, they use English to speak against English. They use a modern technology to speak against modern technology. That's a very pathetic and sad part. But this is what happened. But anyway, we are all teachers, educators, and there are many academicians and many people who belong to research. Because whenever I see Froilan Babu brothers update on social media platform, really I feel it's a privilege to be part of our fellow Dr. Mobo, because he is doing a wonderful job in research side. And he is a Google scholar, and all updates are visible on Google. Really having such people in our teams, really so great. There are many people who publish their patents because we are advancing, because it's a part of nature. Advancing is a part of nature. You know, Abdul Kalam says that, Abdul Kalam's father says to Abdul Kalam when he was a child, going away is a part of growing up. Going away is a part of growing up. Nelson Mandela says that the most powerful weapon in the world is education. The most powerful weapon is education. We have to accept that, because education and research, these two could make people self-reliant. Because now the population has increased. So this demands a social change. Our needs are changed. So this needs a social change. So when we are going for a change, of course, there are many paths. There are many barriers. There are many managers, many giants in our path to stop all our advancements. But still, because history, you know, not the present, the people think that whatever we have thousands of years of back, that's good for them. And everyone says, yes, that's not, because that was given by, that legacy was given by our people. So that's good. We'll go with that. There are some, but it's our responsibility to educate them. Today, you and me are here on international platform because it's our responsibility to educate them. Because by default, I say every time, by default, people are against to change. So we should, that is our responsibility, because it may not sufficient whatever we have at present. It may not sufficient because there are 17 goals. There are 17 goals in SDG. 17 organs of, we can compare these 17 with the human organs. And education can be compared with the heart. It can pump everything. If you completely focus on education, because of course, first one is a great ending poverty, that's everyone accepts. But how long you can feed poverty-stricken people, how long you can work on zero hunger. So you cannot feed each and everyone every day, but educate them, because education empowers them. That empowerment makes self-reliant. They can stand on their own feet. They can earn their lively, they can earn their daily bread. Then the problem is solved. We can achieve all these 70 sustainable development goals when we are able to focus on this one SDG 4, because it impacts directly and indirectly all sustainable development goals. So I'm going to conclude with my inputs on education, because why education is important. First one, we know our true potential. If you want to know your true potential, then let's support education. The changing the education, whatever that is on our path, we have to accept it because it sharpens our skills. Every person is born with skills. We have to hone our critical thinking skills. That is only possible when we have education, and opportunity is only possible when you have education. Financial stability is possible when you have education, and we can have a developed society when we have education, and we can support that developed society when we have education, and we giving back to our community, we giving back to our nation, we giving back to our global family when we have education. You know, if we have education, we can blur all geographical boundaries, because nowadays people are fighting for their boundaries. We can blur all those boundaries when we are rightly educated. We all get equal opportunities when we are all educated. And education empowers to become independent. Education empowers to become confident. Education empowers to become courageous. So education creates a safer world. So everyone feels safer when we have education, because there are people who are educated, but in mind they are uneducated. They are illiterate in mind. They are uneducated in mind. So they are against to advancement. They wanted to take us to the times when we lived in blind age. So we have to focus on the productivity. It is only possible when we have good education. Then everyone know about himself or himself only when we educate ourselves. So we have to educate ourselves to know about ourselves. When we know about ourselves, then we can help some community, our society. Then education improves your physical health, not only physical health, it also improves your mental health, because that is very crucial, because there are many people who doesn't know that they are mentally ill. If they have any physical physical problem, they accept it, but there are many people who don't accept their mental illness. So you know your mental illness when you are very well educated. Then education promotes peace. Education promotes sustainability. This research, whatever the research today we are talking about, it will lead us to scientific temper, because this is the crucial. Because I always encourage my kids to become scientists. The moment they were born, I keep on feeding them. You will become a scientist. You will become. I don't know whether they become scientists or not. Even they don't know they become scientists or not. But if you ask them, what do you want to become in future? They say scientists. Because scientists are the people today we are here. The growth, the advancement, the safety, the security, whatever we have, that is possible because of the research done by the great scientists. So we have to give a flourishing global planet to the future. That is only possible when we focus on this research and when we focus on the education. So we can see a beautiful world, a sustainable world through this education and research. Thank you, Excellencies. Thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Great, sir. Raja will not stop till tomorrow, and we cannot say, please. Great. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
We're really honored to have you with us today, because you are what we say, all in one, working for humanity. Each second, and yes, you mentioned your beautiful kids, your Prince, your Jason. We know that with that students, with that kids, we have a bright future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now,
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Raja. Okay, indeed, reiterating the role of education and research to achieving the 17 SDGs in 2013 need to be reinforced by someone like you. Okay, so with of course, with your credentials, again, your status, with the students and the faculty listening here, okay, the more that we need to advance more the role of education for a more sustainable future. Thank you again, Dr. Raj.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so next, okay, we will be calling now, okay, another special guest. We have with us an ambassador, Her Excellency Professor Dr. Quinn. Okay, she is an award-winning author, an entrepreneur, an educator, an international inspirational speaker, a global advisor, a youth, women, and relationship mindset mentor. Much more, okay, that I could say about Professor Dr. Quinn. Okay, so we're really privileged, okay, to have her, okay, in this event. So I will be giving the floor now, okay, to Dr. Elizabeth Lucas Afolaku. Dr. Quinn, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miller. Thank you so much for introducing me. I really appreciate your time and I appreciate your uniqueness and we appreciate your service because a leader is somebody that needs to serve others. So on behalf of IIU, we appreciate you, ma'am. Okay, I also want to express my gratitude to the founder or visionary of International Intensive University in the name of Sir Piers Pandit, because if you don't have this vision, we will not be here. So thank you so much, sir, for giving us that platform for us to share our knowledge and also to learn from one another, for our mindset to be renewed and for us to grow, to gain a knowledge and also to have a better understanding. I appreciate also Professor Nada from Croatia, the president of Research Center of IIU. Thank you, ma'am, for joining other organizers to organize this great event. You know, I'm so full of joy to see all our great teachers and all our great students on this platform. That is always my vision, to make sure that we are all together on the same platform, to learn together, to express ourselves, and also to improve and add to our knowledge. Mindset is everything. And without mindset, without renewing our mindset, there will be no change and there will be no transformation. And that is why I appreciate this great platform. So I want all of you to clap for yourself and pat your back, because today is Saturday. You could have chosen to be somewhere else, but you are here on this platform to learn and also to share. So thank you so much for your time. Okay, I have a little time, so I have to make sure I meet up my time today and not roll over, because I also want to learn from every one of us today. So that is why I hope I've prepared myself for that between 5 minutes and 10 minutes. Okay, let's roll on. The moment of truth. The title of what we are doing today is Global Summit on Education. And the title is The Changing Roles of Education and Research in Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. I like also what they've written, learning to rethink, because that's what we are all doing, learning to act and learning to achieve. And what do we want to achieve? The Sustainable Development Goals. Mindset is everything. And without renewed mindset, there will be no change. So that is where I am coming in as an inspirational speaker and author of a book called Yes, You Can. If you don't remember anything about me this morning, remember that yes, you can achieve, yes, you can succeed, and yes, you can become. You just need to dream big, believe in yourself, start small, and grow bigger. Knowledge is power, and learning is living. To keep learning is to take extra activities in learning. And mindset is everything, like I always say. And that is why it is necessary we grow our mindset. And we can achieve sustainable development goals through that. That is why we appreciate education. It will improve specialty in any subject and more solution. Education will advance our knowledge and bring creativity, innovation, and new ideas. Education will bring better understanding. Better understanding will bring better and quality performances. And I believe we are all ready Education will also bring better understanding, which will also bring ideas and new knowledge and new innovation. But before I go any further, I always like to give honor to whom honor is due. Let me first of all acknowledge and appreciate the great works of our teachers, lecturers, mentors, coaches, and parents. They are adding values to us and supporting us to fulfill our purpose. If we can think, then we can thank and appreciate our teachers. And I want to believe all our students here, we always say thank you to your teachers and appreciate all the hard works they are doing. Teachers are our role model. They love the children draw closer to them. And that is why majority we say, if you want to do what you want to do in life, they say, I want to become a teacher. Why? Because they can see and they can appreciate what our teachers are doing for them. Teachers are our friends, effective partners, creative, dedicated, passionate, caring, innovative, exciting to teach and motivate us all, including me. They assist others and assisted us to discover our purpose and also help us and guide us so that we can fulfill our purpose on earth. Sidney Hook said, everyone who remembers his own education remembers teachers, not the method and the techniques, because those ones change every day. As you can see, especially after COVID, the teachers are the heart of educational system. We appreciate them all. And we want to say, may God bless you all, and your works will be rewarded. We appreciate their passion, their skills using to motivating the students. I just want to encourage the teachers to continue the good works, knowing that teachers all over the world will not be forgotten, and they shall be greatly rewarded, because we are talking about education, so we need to remember our teachers. Consistent learning is the key to success. So teachers, educators, and mentors play an important role in our lives. So be encouraged to make a change. Change will bring efficiency, fulfillment, and better performance and satisfaction. And that is why we are here on this platform. So let us always remember that our teachers are our role model. And let us also be willing, be ready to make an impact so that our teachers will be proud of us. So let me also go other further, because that is not where I'm going into. Mindset, like I said before, is everything. It's so easy for us to have negative mindset. But then what is negative mindset? Negative mindset will make decision to stay still instead of advancing your skills, your knowledge, and career. But the positive mindset sees failures as an opportunity to learn and advance rather than evidence of failure. So if you want to make a change, it just all have to start from your mindset. Teachers can teach you 24 hours. If you yourself don't change your mindset and be willing to change, then it's like a waste of time. I believe that you cannot waste 6 years, 10 years, 5 years in classroom and still don't make an effort or make an impact or contribute to the society. But still, it's all down to your mindset. So you have the power to change your mindset from negative to positive for you to contribute to the advance of education and also to make a change in this world. You can unshackle yourself. This is the earlier you can do that. So you can unshackle yourself and make an impact with your positive choices. Start developing your skills and enhancing your ability through education. Okay, Malcolm X said, and I quote, "Education belongs to the people who prepares for it today." So you see how important education is. Education is a power. Education is freedom. Education is future. So that is why it is so important. And it also contributes to the sustainable development. So we need to do it together as students, teachers, parents, mentors, and coaches. Carl Bencham stated that they may forget what you said, but they will not forget how you made them feel. Very important. You don't go to school only to study, to add to your knowledge. You go there to feel that you belong. You go there to feel to be appreciated. You go there to be nurtured, to be mentored. And that is why education is very important. You mix up with other students. You socialize. And that is why it is so important that we teachers motivate our students. Bill Gates stated, technology is just a tool like computer in terms of getting the kids to work together and motivate them. So I salute to all our teachers because they are great leaders that are imparting into our lives. As anybody can tell me, whatever position you are today, even the prime minister, the president, the bishop, the pastor, the teacher, the leader, the professor, who are the key people that make you to be where you are today? They are teachers. So always remember that and always, always appreciate them. Let's move forward. So why is it necessary for our mindset to be renewed when we talk of education? Renewed mindset will bring transformation and enhance our education system and move it to the next level of improving and make a change. Change mindset will allow us to perform better in class, and we also make us to see opportunity for better future. Change is needed, especially in the modern world of technology. Without growth mindset, there will be no change. So I want you to understand that. Let's go any further. I'm sure the most important key that people will like to talk about when it comes to education is failure. Failure is the beginning of progress. Let me just tell you that. Every setback will turn to comeback, and any other challenges and adversity, it shall be a comeback for us to be stronger, to be better, and also to be wiser. So don't be afraid to fail. When you fail, that's a sign that you started it and you can redo it again, rethink again, react again, and also achieve it. Failure is the sign for your place of your improvement and development, or sign that you need to gain more knowledge and know it better. Failure is the beginning of exploitation, exploration, better understanding. It's okay to fail and to make mistakes. Failure leads to success if we redo and try and get it better. Failure will stop you, nor limit you, because you have it takes to progress. Because if you think the negative of failure, then it will limit you. You will be afraid to move forward. You'll be afraid to take action, and you'll be afraid to do it again. So how do you improve your mindset? Become a better communicator. Ask questions. Always ask questions. When you ask questions, you clarify of what you've heard. Whenever you go for seminars, classroom, or you go to workshop or master classes, be prepared to ask questions, because better understanding will lead you to better performance. So how do you improve again? Use the opinions and criticism and negative feedback to your own improvement and development. Practice positive self-talk. I can do it. I can achieve it. No matter the situation, I will do it. I will pass it. I will make success. I will not give up. That is what's supposed to be in your voice or in your mouth when you are speaking. Not, I can't do it. It's too difficult. Oh, it's not for me. Oh, I can't get it. You can. Always remember, yes, you can. Research is paramount. So to know beyond what you were being taught and what you already know. That is why this great topic is so important. When you talk of education, you also talk of research. Research makes you to know better more than what is being taught in class. Research will also make you to be innovative, creative, and new ideas can drop your way. Can I also tell you, before you finish your studies, if you're a great researcher, do you know that you can bring the solution to the government? You can bring the solution towards the economy, and you can bring the solution towards the sustainable development. Very important that we keep researching. Research brings new innovation, ideas, and creativity, and invention. Innovator rules the world. So be ready to be innovators, because the power is in your hand and you will rule the world. So curiosity will keep you thirsty for more, and no matter your level of education, you should never stop learning. Angie Simama said, and I quote, "A thirst for knowledge is something that can never be quenched and should be a lifelong guest." So discover what you are capable of doing and keep learning and keep developing yourself. The question is, are you ready to renew your mindset and be educated and empowered to become role model and inspiration to your students and new generation? Are you ready to shift and make new direction, reposition yourself in the society for the change? Remember, it is not too late. Yourself to change and learn new skills all the time. It's not only just what you've been taught in class. You can be an educator and still be a plumber. You can be an educator and you can still be a writer. You can be an educator and still be a speaker, a motivation. You can even start your motivating speaking in your class. Motivate yourself and motivate all your students, all your colleagues in the school. So to improve our performance is to keep learning. That's my final. To make a change in this world is to keep learning. To stand out and make a difference is to keep learning. To come out of your comfort zone and make a change is to keep learning. To give back to the society and make a change and impact into other people's life is to keep learning. So we can make a U-turn and we can relearn, we can unlearn what we've learned and relearn new things. So on this occasion, I want to say thank you so much for inviting me. To improve our performances is to keep learning. To make a change in the world, keep learning. To stand out and make a difference is to keep learning. So I want to encourage you all today that keep learning, no matter the difficulty, no matter the challenges, no matter the situation that beyond your control. Keep learning and never give up. Never give up. Don't quit. Don't lose hope, because this is your time. I want to appreciate Sir Piyush Pandit for giving us the opportunity to learn and to share. And I also want to say thank you so much for inviting me to come and inspire our teachers and our students. We together, we can make a change in this world. Dr. Elizabeth Lucas.
Wow. Wow. Our inspiration, motivation, wisdom, a strong, powerful woman who we can listen all day. We are really honored that we have our great professor, Dr. Queen, with us and also in our life. When we see this lady, when she only one word is for me important, that I feel already great. Thank you. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Thank you
And
so
I want
much.
to quickly acknowledge my great leader, Dr. Rajao. I didn't see him before. I should have done that right from the beginning. But we love you, sir. Thank you so
Thank you,
much
Excellency. Thank you so much.
for encouraging us all and motivating us to do what we're doing. We appreciate you. Thank you, Dr. Miller. It's over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Quinn. Indeed, you are an inspiration. Education is power. I really love when you say it belongs to the people. Keep learning continue learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we will be moving now, okay, to the next speaker, to the next presenter. We'll go to Croatia first. So I will be calling now our e-twinning ambassadors. Okay, we have Anna Marketing Sedlar and Daniela Kosminiani. The floor is yours.
Hello from Croatia and good morning from Northwest Croatian town, Varaždin. It is really an honor to be here with so many great educators and teachers. So we're really glad that you're here.
Nice to meet you too. We are very pleased that we can share with you some of our activities which we implement with our students. As we are working in a wet school, so maybe it will be a little bit different than the previous speeches. So we hope that it will be interesting for you too. So first we want to say a few words about ourselves. So I'm Daniela Usmiani and I'm a math and IT teacher and also a twinning ambassador for now it's 4 years, I think, yeah. And I work in secondary school Berekovčina. From the other side, my colleague.
Hi to everybody. My name is Anna Marketing Sedlar and I'm a vocational teacher in mechanical engineering and traffic school in Varaždin. I teach theoretical vocational subjects related to mechanical engineering. During the teaching, I also work on Erasmus Plus and e-twinning projects.
So we will start with the fact that 2023 is European Year of Skills, and the President of the European Commission said that we need much more focus in our investment on professional education and upskilling. We need better cooperation with companies because they know best what they need. And the skilled workers will enjoy the better job opportunities and fully engage in society. This is the key to ensure that the economic recovery and the green and digital transition are socially fair and just. The fact is that 77% of your companies report difficulties in finding workers with the necessary skills. And the initiative will also help to achieve 2030 Digital Compass target of at least 80% of adults with basic digital skills and 20 million employed ICT specialists in EU. Digital Economy and Society Index show that 4 of 10 adults and every third person which works in Europe lack basic digital skills. And also there is the fact that only 1 or 5 ICT specialist is a woman. So the target is that 20 million ICT specialists should be employed in the EU by 2030. And also the 60% of adults should participate in training every year by 2030. So how we as wet schools can make some influence, how we can participate and change some things, and how we can support the initiative. We have different kind of problems. I mean, wet schools. Lots of countries have old curriculums. They have old equipments. And we talked previous about motivation. There is lots of unmotivated students, how we can change it. And there is also the fact that we have fast changes in the labor market and the technology is changing very fast. So how we do it? We are making changes in our teaching. So we are including some pedagogical innovations. We are using lots of technology and we collaborate. So we are using the project-based learning. So how it looks like, Anna will tell more. Anna?
Thank you, Daniela. As Daniela very nice explained, project-based learning is one of great teaching methods because it's strengthens collaborative learning, and through such teaching, we connect different areas of students' profession. There are many advantages of collaborative learning, which is not only improving students' group skills and work habits, but also highlights and strengthens students' skills and confidence as an individuals. I decided to show you STEM project as one example of collaborative learning. STEM project is about creating remote controlled car. In order to create a car, students had to follow certain steps. From measuring elements, they managed to take a part on a car race with their own designed cars. So students were given project kits that contained electronic components and pieces of cars, which they couldn't create by themselves, such as electric motor vehicles and wheels and etc. So students had to take measurements and write down all necessary values. Based on their measurements, students had to design an undercarriage and chassis of the car. Their final solutions were created as 3D models, after which they prepared full technical and technological documentation. Given that they designed various solutions, some of them were 3D printed, some were cut out by laser, so they used different technologies in order to create their car, which you can see on the photos. Electrical components were soldered, some pieces were glued together, and some elements were drilled in order to accommodate electrical wiring. Finally, students used Arduino to program car movement and to connect it to an app on their phones. Each team also created a presentation in which they presented design and creation process of their car. And as the last step, there was a car race and presentation. They took place on the last day of STEM project. Based on score list, all students were ranked and first 3 places have been rewarded, but all students were graded for their work on project. At the moment, we are working on the same. It's a new project called STEM USIPSU. In that project, students are creating 10 cars, and car race will take place very soon on the last day of this school year.
And I want to say you and present you a twinning platform. As Anna and I are twinning ambassadors, we should tell you a little bit more about twinning. Twinning is a part of Erasmus Plus program. This is European program for education, training, youth, and sport. And twinning offers a platform for teachers and staff who are working in educational institutions to communicate, to collaborate, and implement different kinds of projects. And as you can see on the chart, on this slide, on the map, twinning unite 43 countries, which are orange on this map, and also some twinning plus green colored countries, which are also played on different continents. And that's how Anna and I start to work. And since 2018, as ambassadors, we implemented lots of different kinds of projects, workshops, webinars. We created a lot of digital materials and many other activities. So as you can see on the slide, there are lots of, around 1 million of teachers who are members of the platform, and we implemented around 140,000 projects since in the past. And now we have a new platform, and we are asking everybody who is living in the countries which can join us. And this year we started one twinning project. It's called Šarene klupe budućnosti. It's colorful benches of the futures. And this project connected WET students from Croatia, from mine and Anna's school, and one school from Bosnia and Herzegovina. We implement activities through which students have opportunity to change the school background and develop their creativity. So they research their school backyard. They try to find some places in which their benches are missing. And after that, they go to the computers and design their bench. They will vote for the best design, and we will actually create it in our schools. As we are WET schools, we can manage that. And the school from Bosnia and Herzegovina will make a good promotion as they are economical school. So we will change the activities and we will continue this project in the next school year. So our plan is to finish it till the end of 2023. So we hope that the next time we will be able to show you the real benches. And Anna?
Yes, I've been working on so many also e-twinning projects, and with the project Keep Calm and Go Solar, throughout collaborative learning, students learned how solar cells work. Inventors Who Change Technical World was the project that encouraged students to think about sustainable lifestyle, recycling, environmental protection, design. One of the last activities was to design their own trash can made of recycled materials. With both projects, students had chance to improve both wet and soft skills. There was also another e-twinning project, Quality for Us. Students researched differences in products and production quality in the past and today, but also differences in lifestyle in past times and today. Students explored sustainable ways of production and sustainable products. Digital materials students created in these projects are published in an e-book. With the e-twinning project Outdoor Classroom Day, we wanted to strengthen peer-to-peer learning and transfer knowledge about sustainable lifestyle. Some of the activities were organizing play about protection of forests and planting trees. We continued our collaboration with kindergarten on the project of repairing old bicycles. Students repaired and modified old bicycles. There is one more collaboration between schools and kindergarten where students worked on toilet reconstruction. That project is an interesting example of recycling materials usage. In addition to using old ceramic tiles to finish and decorate the toilet, students also use the tiles and decorations that children in kindergarten made by themselves. This is just another one example how to make wet lessons interesting.
And as Anna said before, we are e-twinning ambassadors, but we are also Erasmus coordinators at our schools. So I will present you some of our school Erasmus projects. So first we have Erasmus project Future Food, which connected 5 secondary schools from Netherlands, Sweden, Spain, Czech Republic, and Croatia. And we are also collaborate with agricultural universities in every country. So we have different kind of creative activities, but basically we are developing educational materials and games for younger students from primary schools in every country, with different topics connected to the healthy food in the future and sustainability way of food production. So in every country, students have different kind of topics, and they are developing some educational materials like posters, like some articles, presentation, and quizzes, and some educational games, which can you see on the slide. And also the last day of every mobility, we have some meeting with the students from primary schools. They present them and teach them about these topics, and they play this game, as you can see, and we do it in a funny and interesting way. So it's very interesting to connect university, secondary school, and primary school list. So it's very motivated for the students. From the other side, we also cooperate. I will try to cooperate with the university, faculty of electronic and the faculty of aeronautics in Rijeka, and secondary school and university from Bremen. They are creating the new learning materials for secondary school students and learn students how to develop and manipulate with underwater drones, robots. So our students design their own, we will design our underwater drone. And last month we were in Bashka and we were testing students' skills in controlling the underwater robots in different conditions. So you had opportunity to see the videos with the underwater rolling the robots and students who are trying to control them. And from the other side, just see how to move it. It's moving. Okay. And there is another project which is implemented as a wet school. It's Future in Our Hands. It's Erasmus project with practical work. And during One Mobility, we have opportunity for students who are architectural and civil building technicians. They were in Sevilla, and they draw 3D projects of the smart houses in AutoCAD and learn in practice how to connect and use solar panels for the production of hot water and electricity at home. So you can see on the slide some of students' projects and also how they do it in practice. We also had opportunity to visit the Abengoa solar plant, one of the biggest in Europe. So it was nice opportunity for students, a nice experience. So also during the classes, we are using different kind of digital tools. So maybe Anna can share with you or Nada this link. So when you have time, you can try to play this quiz. We hope that it will be nice and interesting for you as it was for our students. And basically that's all we wanted to show you, different kind of activities which we as wet schools implement with our students. This is our contact. So if you need us, if you want to cooperate us, just send us email. We will be very happy to cooperate. And now I will stop share the screen and I will join you.
And we will congratulate to you and to great Daniela Usmiani and great Anna Marketing Sedlar. What to say? Croatia is so beautiful country. And yes, we have so excellent educators, teachers. These are the presenters of e-twinning, ambassadors, Erasmus Plus coordinators. That is the highest role that educators can have in Europe. So keep doing great work. We are really honored and grateful. And yes, we want to see this new project, and especially proud on this STEM great projects and working with the students, because I can say that our Croatia students are really amazing because they have great teachers, professors. So today here on this IIU stage, our great teacher Iris Zoric and our great ambassadors, teachers, Anna Marketing and Daniela Usmiani. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our dear colleague Nado. You're so great. And I know you and your work, I know that you should also share your work, because you're doing so many wonderful things and you have so many wonderful examples with your students, what you do. And I sincerely hope that we will have opportunity to see all your splendid work that you do with your students.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Myla, where are we going now? Dr. Myla, unmute yourself, please.
Okay, so perhaps we could go now, okay, to the Philippines. Okay,
to Mabuhay.
Yes, okay, so we will listen now, okay, from one of our known faculty, okay, from the Bulacan State University College of Social Sciences and Philosophy program. So with this, okay, I will be calling now Dr. Victoria Valenzuela. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
We don't understand you, Dr. Victoria. Can you try without the headphones?
Okay. Oh, yes. Can you hear me? No, not yet.
Yes, we
Okay.
could hear you, but you have an echo, Doc Victoria.
Okay. Okay. Um,
Yes, it is still echo, but we want to thanks to you, Dr. Victoria, for bringing and being with us, giving the opportunity for great Bulacan State University to be with us. No, it's not good. Not good. It's echo, not good. No.
okay. Can you hear me? Now, clear? Dr. Myla, thank you so much. Not yet.
You're not that audible, ma'am. We couldn't clearly hear you.
Dr. Victoria, please, can you disconnect and connect again, please? Maybe it will be better. So we will call Dr. Milas the next till Dr. Victoria come back. Let us start with the students. Let us start with the
Okay.
students from the San Marcelino campus.
Okay, so because we're having problem with the connection of Dr. Victoria, so perhaps we could call now a student presenter from the PRMS University San Marcelino campus. We have Yasutaka Paulo Mayo. Yasutaka, are you around?
I see the students are here. Please unmute yourself.
Yasutaka.
Professor Ronel, do you hear us? No, Professor Ronel.
I think we're having problem.
Yes, I think that we have problems. Let us move.
Okay, so may we move to another student? Okay, may I call in Marjorie Armada from the Bulacan State University, Philippines. Time for you to share. Marjorie, I couldn't see you in my screen, so.
Hi, a pleasant afternoon to everyone.
Hi.
On behalf
okay.
on behalf of Marjorie Armada, I would be speaking on behalf of her. I am Corinne Caparas from the Philippines, from Bulacan State University. So I would like to actually agree to the previous speakers. I would like to highlight and stress the importance of education in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. So I do believe that good quality education is an essential tool in achieving a more sustainable world. Education promotes development of knowledge, skills, values, attitudes, and actions that requires to create a sustainable world. So education aims to enable people to make decisions and carry out actions that will improve the quality of life without actually compromising the planet. Okay. As a part of students in Bulacan State University, our researchers are anchored on SDGs in order to assess policies of the Philippines that are aligned to SDGs, especially in SDG-1 and SDG-4, to track and monitor the progress of the policies. I also believe that research are important as it is monitor or assess, identify problems, and also come up with its solutions. Furthermore, I also like to share that I agree to the sentiments of Mr. Rajarao and Professor Dr. Queen, that the role of education is changing, that the role of research is ever changing. Before, it's only meant for jobs, and the main purpose of education is to be employed. But now, the main purpose of education is to attain sustainability. Providing quality education for all is fundamental in creating a world that is peaceful, prosperous. Education gives people knowledge and skills they need to stay healthy, get jobs, and secure quality life. So we should focus on educating the younger generation so they could develop a sense of responsibility and participation. So to the environment and the state. As Mr. Jarao said, education is the heart of sustainable development in the future. And as part of that future, as part of the students, the heart of sustainable development is in education. Whether to achieve it or not, it depends on them. It depends on us, the student. And that's all. Thank you for this opportunity to share my sentiments and on the role of education and research in attaining sustainable development goals.
Thank you very much, Corinne. Indeed, okay, thank you very much, okay, for
a big clap to
joining
our great
us.
student.
Okay.
Go,
Thank you
please.
very much, okay, for joining us. And of course, for being able to give emphasis, okay, on the value of education. Okay, so the heart of education as the heart for us to be able to achieve a sustainable future. And I love how you were able to integrate, okay, put together, okay, the core ideas of the different speakers and presenters. So good to have, okay, again, good, great student, okay, you joining us. So this time, okay, I'll be calling again, if you are available now, okay, Yasutaka Paulo Mayo, are you around? Okay, so we will try now, Dr. Victoria. Let us try if your connection is okay now.
Okay, so good afternoon. Still not yet clear?
Yeah, we could hear you now better than...
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Myla. How about the loud, is loud and clear?
It's better than the audio a while ago.
Okay, so let me share my PowerPoint presentation. Can you see now my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, ma'am, we could see it.
Okay, so my task is also to give you some insights on the changing roles of education and research in achieving SDGs, learning to rethink, act, and achieve. So the outline of my presentation starts here, leadership and education, education for sustainable development, why we have leaders, pioneers' laws of leading change, the importance of education and leadership, the role of universities in achieving 2030 Agenda SDGs, and we have also why some organizations do better than others towards sustainable development, and why some barangays do better than others. And lastly, challenges and takeaways. As you can see here, in the context of education and leadership, according to Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And we could also, part of this is the leadership, the act of leading, providing direction and motivation to others in order to collectively achieve some mutual objective. Just like what Queen Elizabeth mentioned a while ago, we have here to motivate students, motivate others. And true leadership, it is important because community objectives cannot be accomplished by any one individual. Another thing here is education for sustainable development. Education today does not sufficiently prepare learners to contribute to sustainable development. Themes like climate change or biodiversity need to be integrated into teaching and learning. And teaching and learning needs to be designed in a participatory, learning-centered way. So what education for sustainable development means? These are the people do their basic development, preparation of competent and independent students, create equality, priority for self-activity, thinking about other development and permanent life development. We have also here some leaders, no? If you will agree with me, we have these leaders that we could really part of this presentation, that leaders have greater responsibility to demonstrate different ethical behaviors, because their actions and words have greater influence on the actions of others. And leading change is one of the critical or cardinal objectives of a leader to achieve sustainable development goals. Another is if we have here leaders, because leaders are the ones who run head first into the unknown, they rush together or toward the danger. And they put their own interests aside to protect us or to follow us into the future. We have here Federer's laws of leading change and value-based leadership, one of which is change is not a part of the leader's mindset. Every organization can get stuck doing the same things in the same way they have always been done. Another important law of Fowler is it's important to use the two metrics to gauge your success in life. So focus not only on what you have achieved, but also on what you have become. And leaders will sooner sacrifice also this kind of theirs to save what is ours, and really to have this kind that would never sacrifice what ours to save what is theirs. Another example or important of education and leadership is according to Jose Rizal, the Philippine national hero. Without education and liberty, which are the soil and the sign of man, no reform is possible. No measure can give the result desired. And as you can see, this is what it means to be a leader. It means that they chose to go first into danger at first toward the unknown. We could also have when we feel sure they will keep us safe, we will march behind them and work tirelessly to see their visions come to life and proudly call ourselves their followers. And this vision is very simple. Create a new generation of men and women who understand that an organization's success or failure in achieving sustainable development goal is based on leadership, excellence, and not managerial insight. Here emphasize the importance of leaders being focused on their people. These organizations have strong cultures and shared values, understand the importance of teamwork, create trust among their members, maintain focus, and most important, understand the importance of people and relations to their mission success. What is the role of universities in achieving 2030 Agenda SDGs? As you can see here, universities are uniquely placed to lead the cross-sectoral implementation of the SDGs and advance the 2030 Agenda. Like our university, Bulacan State University, is doing these sustainable development goals for every day of our students, for everything that we could learn for these SDGs. We call for a change in mindsets and culture in both academia and government, and invite both parties to start dialogue if we are right up to the global challenge. The key for sustainable development and partnerships is with the government and community, fostering partnerships with governments and communities is gaining increased prominence as the mission of the universities is gradually moving beyond the tradition of education and research towards a sustainable development related to their ability to partner with governments and communities to achieve societal impact. And actually, we need the government and communities in achieving sustainable development goals from SDG-1 to SDG-17. We have here actually the potential or the universities that we need to address in pressing the challenges and achieving the sustainable development goals through the collaboration among universities, governments, and communities, as well as the students. We have here this for the students opportunities to work on translational research, career opportunities, hands-on education, networking with the government and other research engaged in policy to achieve or learn to act, learn to achieve, and also we need to come up with this kind of research and educating those students that we need to collaborate and access the analytical skills on research service, topical area expertise, and capacity building initiatives. As well as for the governments and communities, evidence-informed policy making and practice and improve service delivery. We have also some universities, possible opportunities, and possibilities to market the university's activities, strengthen the role in the socio-economic development and innovation, education services by government or community officials to the university in the form of sites or field experience or adjunct faculty in academic programs. These are all the opportunities that we work on translational research, action research, and even qualitative and quantitative research. Much more is the great leaders truly care about those they are privileged to lead and understand that the true cost of the leadership privilege comes at the expense of self-interest. And Simon also emphasized that for an organization to be successful, its leaders need to understand the true purpose of the organization. We could also that SDGs provide a unique opportunity for universities and the scientific community in general to reinterpret institutional strategies and determine the structures and mechanisms needed to strengthen the engagement with the governments and communities as well. So as you can see also, we have here the community, the engaged universities for extensive involvement of executive leadership and embed the engagement in institutional planning. We have also establishing centralized entities such as government and community affairs relations and the Bulacan State University responsible for a whole of university approach to coordinating and organizing relations with the government and community. Why some organizations do better than others? It's not enough to know the why of your organization. You must know your people and realize that they are much more than an expendable resource. Professional competence is not enough to be a good leader also. Good leaders must truly care about those entrusted to their care. Why some barangays or villages do better than others in achieving SDGs? We all know villages where people share values and our values succeed over the long term in both good and bad times. And if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a true leader. Just like what emphasized here by Queen Elizabeth and other lecturers and other guest lecturer and guest speakers, we need to change. We need some mindset here. Community leadership development using what we call RATE or RATE model. We need to recruit, assess, teach, and engage. And in a community leader, as far as this achieving sustainable development, learning with safe, act and achieve SDGs through 7 E's according to Donji 2018. We need to engage, educate, equip, and through the process, we need to encourage, empower, and energize and elevate the people around us. The role of power in leadership. This is more on leadership that relies on the leader's influence to motivate people to achieve the group's objectives and learn the power of influence that one person has over another person. The word power can have some negative connotations, but according to this type of power itself, is neither good nor bad. Positive or negative connotations come from the context and manner in which the leader exerts influence power. And then some source of power here, reward power, legitimate power, reference power, and expert power, where followers' actions are based. I believe that the leader has special knowledge. In the Bulacan State Universities, we have also some different implementation of sustainable development goals, like in different barangays and in the cities, and we have partnerships among municipalities, cities, and other organizations and non-organizations. But the challenge here and takeaways here is the destructive abundance is what we call the results of the imbalance, and it is what happens when selfish pursuits are out of balance with selfish pursuit. We have here the lesson number 1. So goes the culture, goes the barangay, or goes the village. Every culture has its own history, traditions, languages, and symbols. But we need to identify with the culture, we articulate our belonging to the group and align ourselves with a shared set of values and beliefs. You can see here leadership used to be about ideas in setting an example and doing the right thing. We have the lesson 2 for leadership that so goes the leader, so goes the culture. A leader always sets the tone inside an organization and putting oneself before others. That's why in a circle of safety, the people work to protect the leader as a natural response to the protection their leaders offers them. Where is danger, where is safety, and inner circle of safety. We have another goes to lesson 3, integrity that matters. No, leadership is also a matter of character, not just strength, intelligence, or achiever. This means that firm adherence to a code of especially moral or artistic values. This means that operating with integrity is sometimes a higher standard than operating within the confines of the law.
Dr. Victoria, please, Dr. Victoria,
Go ahead.
please, can you a little faster, please, Dr. Victoria? We are moving.
Yes.
Please, thank
Yes.
you.
Okay, and we have here the lesson 5, and as you can see, are the leaders that last, no, when everyone feels they belong all energies. So let us be the leaders we wish we had with collaboration, cooperation, communication, co-creation, and coordination. Let us change the mindset of individuals, families, and communities by demonstrating ways in which a better normal, good to great, can be realized within our communities. Here I am, Manugori. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Victoria. Thank you very much for reiterating, of course, the role of education and the different universities to leading change in society towards a sustainable future. So as you mentioned, we need young, great leaders to make
Dr.
a
Myla,
difference
your
in our
camera,
society.
please. Dr. Myla, your camera.
Okay, so we're now moving, okay, to another speaker. This time, okay, we will go to France from the Philippines. So we will be meeting now Anne Boss, okay, the visionary founder behind the Liva Academy and the creator of two groundbreaking methodologies, the Liva Conscious Coaching and Miracle Breakthrough Training. So with a deep passion for personal growth and a mission to empower business ambitious women. Okay, so may I give the floor now, okay, to Ms. Anne Boss.
Please unmute yourself, Miss Anne. Please unmute yourself. You are muted.
Yes, I just know that. So, hello, everybody.
Can you open your camera? We don't see
Oh, of course,
you.
of course. I don't see me. Okay, that's okay. So, hello, everybody, and thank you so much, Nada, for this invitation to talk about the changing world of education. That's very important by this way. I'm very happy to be here, and I thank you all participants, all speakers who join us today. Today, I want to share with you all a powerful example that illustrates the importance of learning to rethink, to act, to achieve, and the need to bring awareness to this transformative process in education. So imagine a young woman named Sarah, who grew up in a small, economically disadvantaged community. Throughout her early years of education, Sarah's opportunities were limited, and she faced numerous obstacles that hindered her personal and academic growth. However, she possessed a burning desire to break free from the cycle of poverty and make a positive impact in her community. With limited resources and support, Sarah realized that she needed to challenge the status quo and rethink her approach to education. She understood that traditional classroom learning alone wouldn't be enough to help her achieve her goals. Sarah took it upon herself to seek out alternative learning opportunities, utilizing online courses, mentorships programs, and community workshops. She expanded her knowledge beyond the confines of her local environment, embracing the power of technology and the vast resources available to her. But Sarah didn't stop at rethinking her approach. She took action. She actively participated in community projects, volunteering her time and skills to improve the lives of others. Sarah recognized the importance of bringing awareness to the challenges faced by her community and the need for education to play a transformative role. Through her actions, she inspired others to join her in creative positive change, mobilizing a collective effort towards social upliftment. Through her determination and the skills she acquired, Sarah achieved a remarkable success. She became a role model for her peers, demonstrating the transformative power of education. Sarah's story is a testament to the fact that education is not limited to a classroom or the constraints of one's circumstances. It is a lifelong journey of continuous learning, rethinking, acting, and achieving. Sarah's example highlights the importance of bringing in awareness to the changing worlds of education. By embracing a growth mindset and seeking opportunities for growth, individuals like Sarah can transcend limitation and unlock their true potential. But it doesn't end there. By sharing their knowledge and experiences, they inspire others to do the same, creating a ripple effect that brings about positive change on a larger scale. To conclude, let me remember that Sarah's stories is as a powerful example of the transformative power of education. By learning to rethink, to act, and to achieve, and bringing awareness to the changing worlds of education, we can overcome obstacles, empower ourselves, and make a lasting impact in our communities. Together, let us embrace the incredible potential within each of us and harness the power of education to create a brighter future. So thank you for listening for this story, and I hope that it helps everyone here.
Yes, inspirational motivation speech, great, and that is what we really need. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, for enlightening us, and these amazing students. I'm sure that they will also remind it when they talk when they present their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you too.
Thank you, Anne, okay, for reinforcing the transformative role of education. And I love how you incorporated the very theme, okay, of this event, okay, when you said there's the need for us to rethink, act, and achieve, okay, using transformative education. Thank you very much. So this time, okay, we could move to another speaker from France. We're flying to Vietnam. Okay, so we have, is she around?
No, Dr. Myla, she is not here. But listen, we can call our Caleb, Timilnew, Samuel, and then we are going on our great students. We have this lot of students. Yes.
Okay, so may we have Sir Caleb?
Sir Caleb, unmute yourself, please.
Thank you very much for having me.
Let us introduce our Caleb. He's coming from Nigeria. He's a sessionate diplomat and advocate for social and environmental justice with a passion to reduce inequality. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Nada, for the invitation. Thank you very much, distinguished guest. Thank you very much for having me. I've listened to a lot of persons, and it has really been impactful. And I would like to also make my contribution on the changing role of education and research in achieving the Sustainable Development Goal and sustainable development. I must also thank the founder of IIU, International Internship University, Dr. Piyush Raja, Pandit Piyush, for the creation of this platform to be able to share ideas and also to share knowledge. When we talk about education, we must as well understand that a powerful mind is an educated mind, definitely. And also, I would like to borrow from the works of Plato. He said, if a man neglects education, he walks lame to the end of his life. That is to see the importance of education. And also to go further, I would also like to quote from the works of Irina Bokova, that is the Director General of the UN, UNESCO. She said, education is a key to the global integrated framework of sustainable development goals. Education is at the heart of our efforts, both to adapt to change and to transform the world within which we live. And also, she went further to say that a quality basic education is the necessary foundation for learning throughout life in a complex and rapidly changing world. So this is to tell it to us that education and research, they go a long way in ensuring development, not just development on one side, but when we talk about all-round development, ranging to a social development, when we talk about environmental development, when we talk about economic growth and development, education plays a very crucial role to ensure that we have a sustainable society that we want. So, and going a little back to history, education has a long history as an international priority all around the world. And the right to education was first enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948 after the Second World War that we know. So improving education and ensuring all people are afforded a high standard of education will be reaffirmed as a key global goal of development under the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 2030 that we know. So when we talk about education, we must also be aware that in order for quality education to be in place, we must have a high quality education and long life learning. And as a matter of fact, we must as well ensure that teachers are equipped with necessary capacity to be able to say we have a high quality education. So according to research from my ward in 2015, individuals can rank their top priorities for the agenda. Over 7.6 million people voted in 2015, according to my ward, that education plays a very important role, particularly in achieving the sustainable United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So out of the 7.6 million people, about 16 potential priorities, provision of good education is constantly ranked as the highest priority across all cohorts and has received prioritization by over 2/3 of the votes among those people that voted in 2015, as per education being one of the most important UN SDG goals that we have under the UN SDG goal 4 2030 agenda goals. So, and I would like to also borrow from the words of Robert J. Bidham and Paul Ofen Manu. He said, education is recognized as having one of the highest long-term returns of investment of all development goals. So this is to connote that to have quality education, there must be educational attainment, and also we must have access to education. So like I said before, the mind of man is a very powerful place. It's infinite. And so to constantly educate this mind is to have all-round development on all sectors of the society. And also, education can be used also as per youth empowerment. When we place side by side youth empowerment and also high quality education, we must also be aware that in order to have high quality education, we must also talk about youth empowerment. When we talk about means to which we can use to eradicate poverty, for instance, we can talk about information poverty, and this has to do with education. Information poverty is a means to which we can alleviate so many people out of poverty, which we are talking about empowerment in all round. And so also, we all have also education values in the sustainable development. The International Commission on Education for the 20th Century highlighted the importance of education in supporting human development. We cannot talk about education and not talk about human development or human empowerment. They all go hand in hand. So the Commission does not see education as a miracle cure or a magic formula opening the door to a world in which an ideals will be attained, but as one of the principal means available to foster a deeper and more harmonious form of human development and thereby to reduce poverty, exclusion, ignorance, oppression, and war. That is according to Delos in 1996. So, education also serves as an important means of implementation of sustainable human development due to the number of possible benefits it brings across the development goals that we are talking about. So improvement in education that we all know, it can clearly aid in poverty reduction and also economic growth. So as an individual level, each additional year of schooling strengthens individual earning potential by an average of 10%. That is according to the Check 2007 statistics. So based on an individual level, each additional year of schooling, that is education, strengthens individual earnings potential by an average of 10%. So looking at the national level, we can say that an average in an increase in average school attainment by 1 year has demonstrated correlation to 0.58% increase in GDP per capita growth rate. However, quality improvement in education provides an even more significant boost to economic growth compared to simply increasing attainment. So a one standard deviation increase in average test score, that is using the International Student Achievement Test, is associated with a 2% higher GDP per capita growth rate. That is according to the Woltzman statistics in 2008. So the benefits of the education improvement as across the development goal are most notable in those countries where achievement of these goals is basically most lacking. So when we also talk about development that education brings in the global scale, we can also see, according to studies, that basic reading skill is poverty reduction strategy in making sure that the world transition to the development that we are looking for. So I would like to also present a statistics by the Education for All Global Monitoring Report in 2011. So according to the statistics, it presents that 12% reduction in global emission and global pollution, poverty reduction could be achieved mainly by ensuring that all children in low-income countries leave school with basic reading skills. So this is the equivalent of lifting 171 million people out of poverty. So that is the role of education in particularly poverty reduction through human development and human empowerment. And also, we can also trace the importance of education also to the area of health and child mortality. So the attainment of primary education leads also to 50% reduction in child mortality. And educated mothers are actually generally more responsive to child health care, according to the Education for All Global Monitoring Report in 2011. And also, we can also link education particularly to civic participation and also the political stability. So it have also been noted that according to the World Bank, that 10% increase in secondary school enrollment rate is correlated with a 3% reduction in the risk of civil war. So this is to know that just like the way the words of Professor Queen Elizabeth, what she said, an educated mind is an innovative mind, particularly. So when you look at the role of education in achieving the Sustainable Development Goal, you will discover that aside being a mind that is filled with education, it also changes that person in totality. It changes the mindset, it changes the perception of that person. And also, we can also trace the importance and the role of education to agricultural productivity. Of course, we all need food to eat to survive in this plane of existence. Also, ultimately, we can say that according to research, education for women boosts agricultural productivity. And in sub-Saharan Africa, if all women attain a primary education, agricultural yields could increase in 25%. And also, we can also look at the value of education in sustainable development, because when we talk about the roles of education, we should not also forget to talk about the values that the education is bringing to the sustainable development space. So when we talk about the social change agent, of course, definitely an educated mind should have a changing mind. And so definitely that person who is to effect a change in the community should also be equipped with some necessary skills and values to be able to promote that change in that community. So this is to connote that the education for sustainable development, it advances value. Basically, it advances value. And since it advances value and skill, to become a social...
Great, Caleb. Great. Thank you. Thank you so much for your valuable speech. Great insights. We will have so many opportunities to listen to you, but we are moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us move to St. Patrick's School, to the Philippines. Dr. Dari, let us hear the students, the great students, researchers. So, will we start, students? Now, let us call Riza Plaza Mendoza, the grade 11 student from St. Patrick's School of Quezon City. Do you hear me? Riza?
Yes, boy.
Please. Welcome.
Good day to everyone in this Zoom meeting. I am Francis Rachel Mendoza from St. Patrick's School of Quezon City, Philippines. First, I will share my screen.
It is great.
Okay, thank you. I will be presenting my qualitative ethnographic research with the title of Exploring Body Image Disturbance Among Young Females in a school that I believe is under SDG number 3, Good Health and Well-Being. Wait. I think I'm having technical difficulties.
Oh yeah. You can't move your slide. That.
Yes. Well, wait. Thank you.
You can again. Try again. No problem.
Thank you. Oh, oops. Sustainable Development Goal number 3, Good Health and Well-Being. Body image disturbance is closely related to mental health and well-being and can impact individuals' ability to achieve and maintain good health, which is a key focus of Sustainable Development Goal number 3. This is to promote and protect mental health, was defined as an integral part of health by the World Health Organization, as written in my presentation. For the next slide, for my introduction, according to Grogan 2016, body image is a multifaceted construct that refers to the thoughts, feelings, and behaviors one has about one's body. And the disturbance in this domain is affects individuals mentally, emotionally, and physically. For centuries, the ideology of body image continues to evolve as it is portrayed through the media. The portrayed ideal is often heavily influenced by the traits that the society deems to be desirable, according to Silverstein, 1988. The standard set by the society people live in affects people of different ages mentally and emotionally. Body image often develops during the adolescence period, and research suggests that women are more likely to have lowered body dissatisfaction and increased body concern compared to men. And this picture, the mental picture they have in their heads, changes the way they feel about their own skin, their body, and from this, it increases their body disturbance and the risks in their mental health. Although many people of different ages experience body dissatisfaction with their body's appearance, particularly after puberty hits, a study implied that children as young as 3 start to stigmatize themselves because of their physical appearance, such as being overweight, according to Crash and Brzezinski from 2002. The period presents the stage where the development of positive and negative body image in a child's growth is affected by major physical, psychological, and social changes. The aim of the current study was to explore and understand different perspectives on body image among young female participants to understand the unexplored areas whilst promoting positive body perceptions. Moreover, the results of this qualitative ethnographic study will help promote body positivity through the use of qualitative ethnographic research under Spradley's approach. In this study, specifically when data was gathered, these aims are fulfilled and the promotion of body positivity was made through the thought of being comfortable of sharing your own experiences from the respondents because they were confidential, and through those experiences, the readers or others will gain a more positive perspective about their body. And moving on to the next slide, the statement of the problem. The problem of the study was the risks of young women engaging in unhealthy lifestyle behaviors when negative body increases in an individual. And the research questions that came up in this research: how do young females' body image influence their activities of daily living? Second, what role does the school community play in building positive body image? And last, what are the challenges or struggles in building a positive body image? And these research questions will be answered later on in the results of the study. For the conceptual framework, it shows my profile of respondents, process in obtaining their data necessary for this study to be completed, and the outputs of the gathered data, which are the teams that answers the 3 research questions before mentioned earlier and will be explained later in the results. For the methods, the data was gathered through observations inside school premises and through an online or digital open-ended questionnaire, specifically through Google Forms that were distributed using the Messenger app to the 7 young female high school students using the purposive sampling from St. Patrick's School of Quezon City, of course, in the Philippines. Purposive sampling technique was used to search for respondents who can and were willing to provide the information needed. And as for the research design, this study made use of the ethnographic qualitative study under Spradley's approach. In particular, where ethnographic research is defined as a process of getting to know individuals and groups of people through observations in the participants' natural environment and interviews as the primary methods for gathering data, since observations alone would not be sufficient. Finally, for the results, as you can see in this slide, the respondents, these are the teams that I came up with that answers those research questions. In the first research question, which was how do young females' body image influence their activities of daily living, this was answered with the theme of the psychological outcomes of external expectations. While body image and how one sees themselves occurs within us or internally, external factors are to be considered in one's psychological state in regards to their body image. To summarize the answers, according to person number 2, if someone criticizes me for not meeting societal beauty standards, I may feel self-conscious and ashamed of my body, which can affect my confidence and overall well-being. Moreover, person number 1 and 3 mentions that confidence can affect interactions with peers, decisions, and approaches on various situations throughout the day. And furthermore, to support their statements, the receipt from 2018 mentioned that people engage with unhealthy habits mentally and physically due to the negative social impacts such as imposing others' opinions on their appearance. For the next research question, number 2, which was, what role does the school community play in building positive body image? Apparently, the school community, specifically our school, St. Patrick's School, they support a positive mindset. However, they do not actively promote a positive body image through interventions such as webinars or any program. Many students are knowledgeable about body positivity, but also a significant number of students remain negative on this matter, which affects students' mental state at school, causing them to lose focus and have a low self-esteem throughout the day. And to support their statements made by the respondents, Longha in 2023 and Tejada 2021 stated that effective body image interventions can help students and schools promote body positivity in several ways, such as not tolerating body shaming, teasing, and bullying. Ultimately, many participants have shared and shown that they don't exactly overcome a negative perception of themselves, but distract themselves rather from the fact that according to Allen and Leary from 2010, distracting oneself is a coping strategy. This research question that answers what are the challenges or struggles in building a positive body image with the theme of the cycle in building positive body image. The cycle in building a positive body image involves challenges before self-acceptance that when external disturbance occurs, the cycle repeats. Of course, developing a positive body image takes time and effort according to Woodbury 2011. The challenges and struggles can hinder a person's growth and can be like the tools to overcome a negative body perception. The cycle of having negative thoughts
Like she got disconnected.
Yes, yes, I think she lost the connection, but it was really wonderful. Great research. Great. Yes, she lost connection. Yeah. What will we let us move. Let us move. We didn't see the conclusion. Let us move, Dr. Myla, to the next student. I think that really problems with the network are today. Let us move to
Okay. Maybe we could move now to Summer Christabel Lacanlale.
Yes.
Summer, are you around? Okay.
Yes. Let me present lang po.
Great.
So, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all present here. I am Summer Cristabel Arlacanlale, a STEM student from St. Patrick's School of Quezon City, Philippines. It is an honor for me to be speaking before all of you today at the Global Summit on Education, Research, and SDG 2023. Before I delve into my presentation on the awareness in the conservation of green turtles, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Dari E. Dakanay for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my insights. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to each and every one of you in this Zoom meeting. Let me begin with an inspiring quote by Archie Carr, a renowned American herpetologist, ecologist, and conservationist. He once said, "For most of the wild things on Earth, the future must depend on the conscience of mankind." This quote highlights the pivotal role that human beings play in safeguarding and nurturing our natural world. It emphasizes that the destiny of Earth's wildlife and ecosystems lies in the hands of humanity. By embracing ecological awareness, compassion, and responsible actions, we hold the key to creating a future that is harmonious, sustainable, and beneficial for all living creatures on Earth. Before everything, we need to know certain things such as what is SDG 14 and what are the challenges that green turtles commonly face. Through this introduction, those primary questions will be answered. Note that the written content in this PowerPoint is summarized for easier comprehension. According to Goal 7 from 2020, sustainability is a complex issue of the 21st century, and the Sustainable Development Goals provide a roadmap for achieving sustainable growth. As stated in the United Nations General Assembly 2015, SDG 14, specifically focusing on life below water, aims to conserve and sustainably use oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. Oceans play a vital role in sustaining life, regulating the climate, absorbing carbon dioxide, and providing oxygen. However, Virto from 2018 stated that the oceans face critical pressures such as overfishing, pollution, habitat devastation, and climate change, compromising their ability to provide economic, social, and environmental benefits. The statements of Mazaris et al. From 2017 revealed that the decline in abundance of various species has raised concerns about possible six-months extinction, while Chan and Liu in 1996, Cochin and Railing in 2000, and Chan in 2004 that were recited in 2006 indicate that human activities have been identified as a significant and invasive impact on ecosystems. In the case of marine turtles, conservation efforts should not focus solely on monitoring nesting activities and population status, but should also address the negative impacts of human activities, as added by Fraser, who was cited by Agmu Talib in 2013. Green sea turtles, in particular, require special attention for their conservation as they are endangered and face threats from wildlife trafficking, consumption, and bycatch in fishing gear, as stated by NOAA Fisheries in 2021. Therefore, Whitehouse in 2014 and Gangal in 2021 noted the efforts to preserve green turtle nesting habitats, reduce ocean pollution, and minimize human impact on green turtles' reproductive processes are extremely essential. Now, for the aim of the study, the research has three main goals, which are to highlight the importance of conserving marine ecosystems, particularly green sea turtles, in achieving Sustainable Development Goal 14, life below water. 2, to identify the major threats to green turtle populations and evaluate the effectiveness of current conservation strategies. And 3, to raise awareness about the ecological and economic value of green turtles and their habitat, and the importance of their conservation for achieving the SDG 14 targets. The conceptual framework of the study consists of the input, the process, and the output. The input consists of the profile of the respondents, while the process contains the methods used in the research, and the output has the themes of the study, which will be tackled later in the results. For the methods used in the research, the first method is the study made use of a qualitative case study approach. According to Hill and Twycross in 2018, a case study is a research methodology commonly used in social and life sciences. It is an in-depth study of an individual, a group of people, or a community in which the researcher examines information about multiple variables in great detail. The researcher gains insight into a phenomenon by compiling qualitative and/or quantitative data on the situation. Therefore, according to Hill and Twycross in 2018, case studies can be a valuable tool for researchers and practitioners to address composite issues and develop effective solutions. For the second method, this research paper made use of the instrument open-ended questionnaire. These statements of guests from 2019 indicate that these types of questions can also provide valuable and vivid insights that complement the more straightforward responses obtained through structured questions. And for the third method, in the study conducted, the researcher utilized a thematic analysis method to evaluate qualitative data. Thematic analysis is a commonly used approach in qualitative research that involves researching through a data set to identify and report on patterns that occur repeatedly. According to Caulfield in 2020, this method is often used to analyze collections of text such as interview and transcripts. Before delving into the results, we must first identify what are the questions of the research. For question number 1, how does your school educate students and staff about the importance of marine conservation and green turtle protection? Question number 2, what resources or support do you believe your school needs to improve its marine conservation initiatives related to green turtle conservation? And question number 3, how can students or schools collaborate with local, national, international organizations to advance SDG 14 targets related to green turtle conservation? The results obtained from the administered questionnaires reveal a prevailing lack of programs and collaborative initiatives concerning green turtle conservation and awareness raising within the educational institutions attended by the surveyed students. According to the pie chart, it is evident that only 45.5% of the 11 respondents possess knowledge regarding the conservation of green turtles, while the remaining 54.5% lack this knowledge. This discrepancy indicates a significant knowledge gap among the students or the respondents. Moreover, the majority of the respondents expressed that their schools do not engage in collaborations or events pertaining to such topics or issues. For instance, participant number 3 shared their experience stating, "In my experience, neither my current school nor my previous school educates students on the importance of marine conservation and in turn, green turtle protection." They further mentioned that the topic of marine conservation was only briefly mentioned when it was necessary to incorporate it into the curriculum. Similar sentiments were expressed by participant 9 and participant 10 who stated that their schools had not provided any information or education about protecting green turtles. However, a small percentage, accounting for 45.5% of the respondents, reported that their schools actively participate in international collaborations to raise awareness about the challenges faced by green turtles throughout their lives. These schools have demonstrated tangible efforts by promoting proper waste disposal practices, thereby reducing the risk of trash ending up in the ocean and further endangering these turtles. As mentioned by participant 1, they make it easy for us to learn and take action by showing us how we can help in simple little ways like picking up trash and conserving water. For question number 2, the analysis of 11 participants' responses revealed a consensus that school needs sufficient resources and support to educate students about green turtle conservation. Participants 1, 7, 8, and 11 emphasized the importance of adequate funding for effective awareness dissemination. Participant 10, on the other hand, highlighted the value of immersive and experiential learning, underscoring the need for financial resources to facilitate hands-on activities and direct engagement with conservation issues. According to participant 1, I think schools like SPS can maybe team up with friendly groups to help protect green turtles by doing fun things like in cleaning up local beaches and hosting fundraisers to have more money for other important projects related to helping green sea turtles. While P11 also stated that schools need funding, partnerships, training, educational materials, and community involvement to improve marine conservation initiatives related to green turtle conservation. For the results of question number 3, respondents emphasized the importance of collaboration, action, and influence for school to advance SDG 14 targets related to green turtle conservation. According to a couple of respondents, such as participant 2, they said schools can collaborate with local organizations, and participant 6 that collaborating with other organizations, NGOs, or government agencies can help my school to share resources, knowledge, and expertise to improve the marine conservation initiatives related to green turtle conservation. Collaborations with organizations in taking action, such as coastal cleanups and utilizing social media, were highlighted. Social media was recognized as a powerful tool for generating awareness. As per participant 10, exposure in social media goes a long way. By showcasing that you are a passionate advocate for SDG 14 on online platforms, this will reach and inspire an audience, and organizations will help for the collective project to grow and create an impact on saving marine life. A comprehensive approach combining collaboration, action, and influence is necessary for school to achieve SDG 14 targets. For the discussion of the results, the analysis of the research questions revealed that most participants reported a lack of education and programs on marine conservation and green turtle protection in their schools. There was a consensus among participants that schools need sufficient resources and support, including adequate funding to improve their marine conservation initiatives. Collaboration with local, national, and international organizations were highlighted as crucial for advancing SDG 14 targets related to green turtle conservation. Taking action and actively engaging in activities aligned with SDG 14, such as coastal cleanups and social media awareness, were also emphasized. Overall, there is a need for increased awareness, dedicated resources, and collaborative efforts in schools to address the conservation of green turtles effectively. And that is all. Here are my reference lists. For the full and complete list of references, here is the link. That concludes my presentation regarding SDG 14 Life Below Water. I hope I was able to provide helpful information. Once again, I am Summer Cristobal Arla Canlale, and I am grateful for the time and attention you have given me. Thank you.
Wow, what a wonderful research. Who will say that this is the only 11th grade student? A big, big, big clap, because this is a so professional research. The first, the second, Dr. Daddy, what are you doing to your students with what you are feeding them with knowledge, with wisdom? Thank you. Wonderful. Dr. Myla, they are amazing.
Yes. Okay. Summer, thank you very much for reminding us for the value, okay, the importance of SDG 14. Okay, and I like how you focus it, okay, on the protection of the marine green turtle. So good in terms of how you were able to pull together, okay, the responses of the respondents, okay, of your study, particularly in terms of pulling together the recommendations. So you did very, very good. Okay. Congratulations, okay, for your work. Okay, so this time, okay, we could move, okay, to another student, okay, from the St. Patrick. So may I call now another grade 11 student, Elijah Johan Encalado. Hi, Elijah.
Welcome.
Hello. Greetings, everyone. I'm Elijah Johan Encalado from St. Patrick's School of Quezon City in the Philippines. And today, I am honored to have an opportunity to present the importance and impact of having an afforestation activity in school in order to create a sustainable campus with a relation to the SDG number 15, Life on Land. Climate change is a growing global issue that is threatening the sustainability of our planet. It already has caused many negative effects, such as increase in greenhouse gas emissions, which led to various phenomena. And a powerful tool to mitigate the impact of climate change is afforestation. But firstly, what is afforestation? According to Badjan 2022, afforestation is when tree planting occurs in an area without trees, creating a new forest. In addition, FAO stated that it is done in order to combat deforestation and lessen the effects of climate change, as it emphasizes the significance of planting new trees. Moreover, according to Barton 2022, some of the benefits of deforestation are reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, enhancement of soil quality, prevention or stopping desertification, giving local wildlife habitat, building windbreaks, and possibly even improving water quality. However, afforestation does not only give aid to the environment, but to the humans as well. Based on the study of Core and many more in 2019, children who took part in afforestation activities fared far better academically and psychologically than those who did not. On the top of that, a study of Villanueva and many more in 2019 showed that afforestation may benefit mental health as well, since having more trees around showed a significant reduction in symptoms of depression and anxiety. As for the problem of the study, it was answered by these following questions. What benefits do afforestation initiatives provide for a sustainable campus? And what are the challenges of a school in its afforestation initiatives? And for the conceptual framework, it serves as the roadmap for the study. It shows the relevant concepts of the study and the relationship of those concepts to each other. It starts with the relationship between afforestation and sustainable campus. Then, it shows the afforestation program implemented in a school to achieve a sustainable campus along with the impact and challenges it brings. Lastly, it presents the possible cause of these challenges and the solution made up to solve these said challenges. For the methodology, research design used for the study is qualitative case study. And according to Robertson in 2018, the research method entails collecting and analyzing qualitative data from one or more cases to examine and comprehend a phenomenon of interest. The qualitative case study typically involves in-depth data gathering and data analysis techniques. Furthermore, a qualitative case study's objectives are to provide a thorough account of the case or instances to produce fresh ideas and hypotheses on the phenomenon being investigated, and to offer context-specific information that can be guided by practice or policy. The study was conducted at St. Patrick's School of Quezon City, which is located at 43 General Avenue, Visayas Village, Quezon City, Philippines. This location was chosen since it was accessible to the researcher, and the researcher had prior knowledge and familiarity with the school and community, making it a convenient choice to conduct the research study. As for the sampling technique, purposive sampling was used for the study. Purposive sampling employs an unprobability method where the researchers use their knowledge to select research participants that they think would aid them in meeting the goals of the study. The research participants of the study are all teachers at the school, and they were chosen because the school teachers offer a huge influence of the people to achieve a sustainable campus through afforestation initiatives. The instrument used in the study is an online survey in the form of a questionnaire that consists of multiple open-ended questions that are handed out to the respective respondents. And as for the data gathering procedure, it was done by distributing an open-ended online survey to the teachers of St. Patrick's School through a social media platform. Lastly, for the data analysis, thematic data analysis was used, since the data collection methods aim to identify and analyze patterns of or themes within the data. Moving on to the results of the study, it showed that not all teachers are familiar with afforestation. However, some of them have an idea of what it is about. The results also reveal that there are afforestation-related programs in the school, such as tree planting and Sukana. Sukana is an SDG project with the mission to bring innovative minds together and create real-time activities and be part of an extraordinary initiative to protect and save the planet. The results also impart the benefits of afforestation in a school. These benefits include fresh and healthy breathing space, giving additional aesthetic value to the school, shading from the harmful UV rays of the sun, creating a greener environment, lessening pollution like greenhouse gas emissions, and it creates a sanctuary for birds. Furthermore, the results showed that one of the most concerns of the research participants for the afforestation initiative programs is the lack of enough space or limited rooms for tree planting inside the school campus. Besides, the problem of finding an area with good quality soil is also a major concern on the gathered data from the questionnaires. The results exhibit that lack of manpower, community support, efforts, consistency, budget, lack of knowledge, awareness, and lack of proper utilization of resources in the school are the challenges of afforestation activities on the campus. And after a thorough consideration and assessment in regard to the findings of qualitative case study, the researcher recommends the following. Number 1, create fundraising programs or donation boxes to help gather enough money to support the activities relating to afforestation. 2, initiate seminars, webinars, or online conferences that talk about afforestation in order to encourage people to help in afforestation activities and to increase their knowledge about it as well. 3. Partner with environmental organizations to gain support, resources, and additional knowledge from them. 4. Develop a comprehensive plan on where to plant trees so that there will be more space for tree planting activities. 5. Incorporate afforestation and other fields related to it into the school curriculum to improve their understanding of sustainability and the importance of preserving the environment. 6. Establish a team that's responsible for afforestation programs in the school. And lastly, 7. Broaden the research setting of the study and know the procedure and considerations for initiating afforestation programs. And here are the references that I used for this presentation. And as I wrap up my presentation, I would like to take a moment to thank each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate having such a wonderful audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elijah. Okay, so this time we were able to hear from the sharing, okay, of Elijah about the importance of SDG 15, particularly focusing on sustainable campus via afforestation. So this topic is really very interesting, okay, very relevant, given that you are actually in Quezon City. So it's very important that we have to combat, okay, soil erosion and floods in Quezon City. So it's very good, okay, that you were able to think of afforestation as a strategy, okay, to help address promoting, okay, sustainable campus in NCR or in the Philippines. Okay, so it's good, okay, that you have good recommendations as well. So with that, unless Dr. Nada would like to add, okay, we will be moving to another student, okay, sharing the research output. May I call in Mohammed Ismail?
Yes, Dr. Myla, yes, they are wonderful, wonderful students. Big clap to all.
Mohammed?
I'm present here, bro.
Okay.
Del Muhammad, we don't hear you. Please unmute yourself.
Distinguished guests, esteemed professors, scholars, moderators, and all attendees. I am Muhammad Ismail Hussein Jaykan, a STEM student from St. Patrick's School of Quezon City, Philippines. It is a tremendous honor for me to be here at the prestigious Global Summit on Education, Research, and SDG 2023. Before I proceed with my presentation on exploring teachers' perception of Brightspace, a learning management system, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Dari E. Takanay for granting me this invaluable opportunity to share my insights. I also extend my sincere appreciation to each and every one of you who have joined us in this Zoom meeting. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 4, or SDG 4, recognizes quality education as a crucial element for sustainable development. The emergence of digital platforms and tools have revolutionized education, offering new opportunities to enhance teaching methods and engage students. Brightspace, an educational technology platform, provides a comprehensive learning management system for educators and learners. In this study, we explore faculty perceptions regarding the integration of Brightspace into classroom instruction. Through research, methodology, review, findings, and analysis, we aim to contribute to the advancement of SDG 4 and promote quality education in the digital age. For the introduction, the COVID-19 pandemic has significantly impacted education systems worldwide, leading to widespread adoption of online and remote learning. Learning management systems such as Brightspace have become increasingly popular, offering a range of features to support online teaching and learning. However, integrating technology into classroom instruction faces barriers such as restrictive policies, time constraints, lack of resources, and inadequate professional development, according to Johnson 2016 and Kopchak 2012. Concerns about student distraction and technology detracting from instructional time also exist, according to Volkons et al. 2017. Therefore, it is vital to provide opportunities for teachers to enhance their familiarity and confidence with technology and to foster a supportive school community that encourages collaboration and learning from technologically savvy peers, Kelly 15 and CAPTCHA 2012. As a result, investigating faculty perceptions of integrating Brightspace into classroom instructions can shed light on the potential barriers and the benefit of technology integration in higher education. Challenges in technology integration are attributed to internal and external factors such as teachers' attitude, lack of time, and inadequate training. According to Kumutha and Hamida in 2014, found that many teachers perceive using technology in the classroom as time-consuming and burdensome. Additionally, some teachers need to be more committed to this teaching and learning method, which challenges technology integration, according to Valentin in 2002. To effectively integrate technology into classroom, teachers must receive training on how to use technology and software. Technology integration requires careful and thoughtful curriculum development and technical and material support from organizations and education ministry, according to Claim 2010. For the aim of the study aimed to first explore the challenges and benefits of using Brightspace in classroom instructions, 2, investigate the strategies and techniques employed by faculty to integrate the learning management system into their teaching practices successfully, and 3, examine faculty's perception and attitudes towards the use of technology in the classroom and how this may impact integration of Brightspace into the teaching practices. For the statement of the problem of the study was addressed of integrating technology into classroom instruction, while the use of technology in education is becoming increasingly prevalent. Research has shown that there are still barriers to its effective integration, according to Johnson et al. 2016 and CAPTCHA 2012. Thus, the purpose of this qualitative case study were, number 1, explore the challenges and benefits of using Brightspace in classroom instruction. 2, investigate the strategies and techniques employed by faculty to integrate the learning management system into the teaching practices successfully. And number 3, identify the factors that may facilitate or impede its effective integration. For my conceptual framework, it consists of the input, which has the profile of respondents, process, which has the instruments, and output, which has the themes for the questions. For the method, the study used a case study methodology to explore faculty perceptions of integrating Brightspace into classroom instruction within a specific context. Following Yin's 2014, a case study is an empirical inquiry that investigates a contemporary phenomenon within its real-life context, especially when the boundaries between the phenomenon and context are not clearly evident. Case studies can provide rich and detailed and in-depth insights into the phenomenon being studied and can be used to explore various research questions, such as how and why questions. In this case, the phenomenon being explored was the integration of Brightspace into the classroom instruction, and the case study focused on the perception of faculty members regarding the integration of Brightspace into teaching practices. The data gathering procedure for this study involved using an open-ended questionnaire administered through the popular online survey platform Google Forms. This method was selected because it was user-friendly, cost-effective, and allowed for collection of qualitative data in a more efficient manner. The questionnaire consisted of open-ended questions, which allows participants to provide detailed and comprehensive responses. The data analysis for this study utilized thematic analysis, a widely used qualitative research method to identify and analyze patterns in the data related to the faculty perceptions of integrating Brightspace into classroom instruction. The semi-structured interviews and open-ended questionnaires were transcribed and analyzed for common themes and patterns, which were then organized in categories, subcategories. The use of open-ended questions aligned with the recommendation of Brown and Clark 2006, who highlighted the benefits of such question in qualitative research for capturing diverse and rich data that may not be captured by closed-ended questions. Thematic analysis facilitated the identification of patterns and themes, providing a comprehensive understanding of faculty members' experiences with Brightspace integration. Now for the results, but before that, we will dive into the questions. The first question was, what are your overall perception of integrating Brightspace into your classroom instruction? How has your experience been with using Brightspace in your teaching? And the theme for it is the exploring faculty's perception and effectiveness of Brightspace as a learning management system, or LMS. Number 2, can you describe how you integrate Brightspace into your classroom instruction? What types of activities or assignments do you use Brightspace, and how do you enhance student learning? For that theme, it's uniting classroom interaction and online engagement through Brightspace integration. Number 3, What are some challenges you have faced when integrating Brightspace into your classroom instruction? How have you addressed these challenges and what strategies have you worked for it? Are there any areas where you struggle with using Brightspace and why? And for that theme, we have the factors that make it challenging to integrate Brightspace in classroom instruction. For the question number 1, what are your overall perception of integrating Brightspace into your classroom instruction and how has your experience been using Brightspace in your teaching? 80% had a positive feedback and 20% has a constructive feedback. The faculty members expressed diverse perspectives on integrating Brightspace into their classroom instruction. Overall, the feedback was positive, with participants highlighting Brightspace user-friendly interface. As teacher 1 stated, I think this is a good element since it is a user-friendly and it is easy to upload lectures, notes, and as well as assignments. The experience has been good when I'm using Brightspace in my teaching since it helps supplication of the lesson. Teacher number 3 also shared a positive view, stating that I found it as an effective tool where I can store or upload my lessons and modules and assignments for the students to see it, do it, and submit their work at the end of the day. However, there is desire for more pre-existing educational resources to supplement teaching materials, as teacher number 4 pointed out, accessible for students but not that useful for teachers, because we still need to upload our own lessons instead of providing us new sets of PowerPoint presentation and worksheets. These findings align with the previous research and underscore the importance of improving resource availability to further support teachers using Brightspace into their instructional practices. For the question number 2, here are the respondents' answers. To summarize it all up, in integrating Brightspace into their classroom instruction, faculty members utilize the platform for various purposes. Teacher number 1 focused on uploading videos, lecture notes, and engaging activities such as simulations and drill, allowing students to revisit lessons and practice concepts at their own pace. Teacher number 2 emphasized Brightspace as a central storage for learning content, including external links, while also serving as an assessment and evaluation tool. Teacher number 3 adopted a flexible approach by combining in-person discussion with uploaded activities for self-paced learning. Teacher number 4 highlighted the use of Brightspace for posting presentation activities and research-based assignments, supporting students' educational needs. And lastly, teacher number 5 recognized the benefits of creating a paperless environment through Brightspace, enabling easy sharing of announcements, assignments, lessons, and assessments. This integration of traditional teaching styles with only strategies promoted student participation and engagement. For the question number 3, here are the respondents' answers. To summarize it again, based on the respondents' feedback, several challenges were identified in integrating Brightspace into classroom instruction. Teacher number 1 mentioned difficulties in formatting formulas and reliance on internet connectivity for quizzes and exam. Teacher number 2 highlighted connection reliability issues and need for accommodations. Teacher number 3 noted the limitation of Brightspace to online usage only. Teacher number 4 experienced occasional system failures and they need for troubleshooting. Teacher number 5 faced challenges with internet connection, gadget compatibility, and system slowdown caused by network traffic. To address these challenges, respondents implemented various strategies. Teacher number 1 sought assistance from colleagues and conducted online research. Teacher number 2 provided accommodations such as time extensions for students with connectivity problems. Teacher number 4 repeated the uploading process and checked the internet connection when encountering system failures. Despite the benefits persist and challenges remain in Brightspace integration, teacher 1 and teacher number 5 identified internet connectivity as a major hurdle for both teachers and students. Teacher number 3 highlighted the limitation of Brightspace to online-only usage, which may hinder access to course materials offline. Additionally, teacher number 5 gadget compatibility issues, particularly for computer and robotic subjects. These challenges align with Earthmer's 1999 study, categorization of technology integration barriers, and emphasize that they need to address hardware limitation, limited access, inadequate technical support, and pedagogical barriers, infrastructure, and technology were also identified as significant barriers to e-learning implementation during the pandemic, according to Quadri et al. 2017. Now for the discussions. Regarding faculty perception, the findings indicated on an overall positive view of Brightspace, emphasizing its user-friendly nature, ease of uploading course materials, and benefits in facilitating administrative tasks. Participants highlighted the platform's effectiveness in storing and sharing lessons, modules, and assignments, promoting student engagement, communication, and streamlining the grading process. The study also revealed a desire for additional pre-made educational resources to supplement teaching materials and enhance instructional practices. In terms of integrating Brightspace into the classroom instruction, faculty members utilize the platform for various purposes, such as uploading videos and lecture notes, providing interactive activities, simulations, and drills, and creating a centralized hub for organizing and assessing learning content. The use of Brightspace facilitated a combination of in-person discussions and self-paced online learning, encouraging student participation, engagement, and progress tracking. The integration of traditional teaching styles with online strategies was noted as a positive aspect. Challenges associated with Brightspace integration included issues with the formatting of formulas for online quizzes, relying on internet connectivity, occasional system failures, and gadget compatibility. Faculty members addressed this challenge by seeking assistance from colleagues, conducting online research, providing accommodation for students, and troubleshooting technical issues. However, persistent challenges remain, such as internet connectivity issues, impact both teachers and students, and limitation of Brightspace to online usage. Overall, the findings highlighted the positive impact of integrating Brightspace into classroom instruction, along with the need to address challenges related to infrastructure, technical support, and pedagogical consideration. The study contributed to a comprehensive understanding of faculty members' perception and experiences regarding the integration of Brightspace, offering a valuable insights for enhancing technology integration in higher education settings. Before I conclude my presentation, I'd like to leave with this powerful quote. Technology will not replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of a great teacher can be transformational, according to George Couros. Great teachers possess unique and qualities that cannot be replaced by technology alone. But when these exceptional educators embrace technology as a tool, they unlock a world of transformative possibilities, create an educational journey that inspires and empowers students to reach their fullest potential. Once again, my name is Mohammed Ismail Hussein Jaikan. Thank you for listening to my presentation, and I appreciate your attention.
Okay, well done, Mohammed. Okay, thank you very much. I can't say more. Sections are clear. You presented well. And okay, in terms of topic, I could say that the assessment of the LMS, though may be very challenging, but much needed, okay, because this is the basis for effective and efficient learning experiences of our learners. So thank you very much, Mohammed. Okay, so let's move. Okay, we have another student. We have Clarence Chanley Lacanlale.
Hello, is my audio audible?
Yes, very clear.
Okay then. Okay. 6.6 million metric tons per year. That is the global expanded polystyrene production on the year 2016. This was stated in the findings of Hidalgo Crespo et al. Of 2022. Today is the year 2023, and plastic waste still continues to be a huge problem for our society. And while it's true that waste reduction is a matter that we've provided ample solutions to, we are yet to determine the most paradigmatic course of action. Hence, we should make it our mission to figure out the most optimal variation of our provided solutions. Good day, good afternoon, and good evening. I am Shani Clarence Roque Lacanlale from St. Patrick's School of Quezon City, Philippines. And as for my presentation, I will be focusing on a more research-driven approach to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Hence, now I will be presenting my research entitled Optimizing Expanded Polystyrene Dissolution, examining the viability of novel D-limonene extracted from calamansi or Citrus microcarpa relative to sweet orange or Citrus sinensis. And this will be in compliance with the Sustainable Development Goal 12, Responsible Consumption and Production. Heading on to the introduction, according to the findings of Arjona et al. Of 2021, D-limonene is an environmentally safe solvent for styrofoam, which is a form of expanded polystyrene that is commonly used for packaging. As EPS is notoriously non-biodegradable, its accumulation in the environment has become a significant concern. The use of D-limonene as a solvent for EPS would prove highly beneficial in addressing this environmental challenge. In the context of the study, however, it is crucial to consider various factors related to the evaluation of D-limonene's potential extracted from Citrus microcarpa's essential oil. One crucial aspect to consider is the concentration of D-limonene. As Palma et al. Of 2019 and Husni et al. Of 2021 present differing views on this matter. Hence, to achieve our objective, we employ the quantitative experimental analysis, which involves a comparative study with different conditions. Next is the background of the study. polystyrene, a synthetic material widely used in disposable food containers, packaging materials, toys, and other everyday items, has contributed to environmental degradation and poses a threat to biodiversity. While efforts have been made to recycle and reuse polystyrene, its production generates significant waste. Previous research has shown that D-limonene can dissolve polystyrene, leading us to conduct a precise evaluation of solubility of expanded polystyrene, or EPS, in calamansi-derived D-limonene. The dissolution of EPS was affected by the composition of the solvent, temperature, as well as the EPS concentration. So here are the statements of the problem. So as we can see here, the problem 1 tackles that there is the absence of a comprehensive evaluation of viability of the citrus microcarpa D-limonene as a solvent substitute. And the problem 2 is that there is uncertainty regarding the replications of benefits from conventionally sourced D-limonene. And as for our problem 3, there is a need to explore the citrus microcarpa D-limonene as an eco-friendly alternative. So let's head on to our research questions and the data collection. So for our first research question, to what extent does the type of citrus source, specifically D-limonene, extracted from Citrus microcarpa versus Citrus sinensis, demonstrate a statistically significant difference in the dissolution rate of standardized EPS samples when exposed to identical concentrations of D-limonene within a rigorously controlled laboratory setting? So the instrument we use to gather the data needed is a trial sheet. So as for the second question, what is the quantifiable difference in the mean amount of EPS dissolved when utilizing D-limonene extracted from sweet orange compared to D-limonene extracted from calamansi for dissolving EPS in a controlled laboratory setting? This use a trial sheet as well. And for the third research question, is there a statistically significant difference in the effectiveness of D-limonene extracted from calamansi compared to D-limonene extracted from sweet orange in dissolving expanded polystyrene, or EPS, as assessed through a t-test? Okay, so as per our hypothesis, the researchers hypothesized that there is a significant difference between the effectiveness of D-limonene extracted from calamansi in contrast to the D-limonene extracted from sweet orange when dissolving EPS as determined by a t-test. Now, for our methodology. The study employed the use of quantitative true experimental design with the locale set at St. Patrick's School of Quezon City, Philippines. To ensure accurate data collection, the experimentation was conducted in a controlled laboratory setting, utilizing a timer, laboratory glassware, thermometer, and a camera. These tools enabled us to gather precise results while analyzing the viability of commercially available D-limonene in dissolving uniform EPS samples. So, here is a brief illustration of our conceptual framework following an IPO format. So as you can see, the input is the EPS and the D-limonene extracted from calamansi and sweet orange. So the process is the dissolution process of the D-limonene. And the output is the optimal variant of the D-limonene for EPS dissolution. So now, the researchers then utilized a t-test in determining the statistical differences of both samples in order to ascertain if the mass of EPS dissolved is influenced by the concentration of D-limonene. Being provided with equivalent volumes of D-limonene from each source and subjecting it to identical temperatures, discernible variations into the dissolved mass of EPS can be observed as shown by the table provided. Having equal sample sizes, we're able to see that the sample means of both samples has a difference of negative 0.2. That is their mean difference as provided by the table. So now, here are the conditions and results that we have obtained from performing a t-test. The researchers used the significance level of 0.05 and has 4 degrees of freedom, arriving at a t-value of negative 2.449, a p-value of 0.035, and a critical value of 2.132. So in conclusion, this study provides compelling empirical evidence regarding the efficacy of D-limonene extracted from various citrus sources in dissolving EPS. The investigation revealed that the dissolution rate of EPS was significantly affected by the type of citrus source, particularly the D-limonene obtained from Citrus microcarpa and Citrus sinensis at identical concentrations in a controlled laboratory environment. Notably, D-limonene extracted from Citrus microcarpa exhibited a higher dissolution rate than D-limonene derived from Citrus sinensis, indicating that seeds resource type plays a significant role in EPS solution. So, answering the second research question, the study quantified that the difference in the mean amount of EPS dissolved when using D-limonene extracted from sweet orange is opposed to calamansi. As evidenced by a mean difference of -0.2, the results indicated that there is a marginally greater amount of EPS dissolved using D-limonene extracted from calamansi than sweet orange. This suggests that D-limonene derived from calamansi may be more effective at dissolving EPS than D-limonene derived from sweet orange. And as for the answer to the third research question, in addition, statistical analysis using a t-test revealed a statistically different difference between the dissolving efficacy of D-limonene extracted from calamansi and sweet orange. The t-value, p-value, and critical value all supported the rejection of the null hypothesis, indicating a substantial difference between the two samples. Calamansi had a greater mean amount of dissolved EPS than sweet orange. So here is some photo documentation of the experimentation. In the first photo, we can see that the mass of the EPS is being measured in order to ascertain that the EPS samples are uniform. As for the second photo, we are provided with the EPS samples which have undergone D-limonene dissolution for a span of 1 hour. And here are the references that I have used for this study. And that is all from my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. And if there are any questions, I am more than willing to entertain it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clarence. Okay, I am impressed, okay, by your work. SDG 12, or responsible production and consumption, is seldom addressed, okay, by senior high school students. And in your case, okay, I would say you have the commitment, okay, for you to be able to pursue this research, and I'm impressed. Okay, I can say that our STEM teachers are doing well, okay, as mirrored in your work. Congratulations, Clarence. Okay, so we're moving now. Okay, we're moving. We have another student. We have Fritzy Nicole Tejada. Fritzy Nicole Tejada.
Hello po. Good day.
Hi, Nicole.
Hello po. I'll be sharing my screen po.
Okay.
So, good day everyone, or good evening. I am Fritzy Nicole Tejada, and I will be representing our school, St. Patrick's School of Quezon City in the Philippines, and will present to you our research. Allow me to start by introducing the title of our research, Comparative Analysis on the Effects of Coffee and Cocoa on Student Concentration, a Quantitative Study. This presentation will follow the IMRAD method, in which we will discuss the introduction, methodology, results, analysis, and the discussion. Let's start with the introduction. Since coffee and cocoa are well-known beverages, it is important to note that these two drinks are consumed almost every day worldwide. According to Andrew Smith, 2002, both beverages contain caffeine, a stimulant known to enhance alertness, attention, and concentration. This study focuses on coffee and cocoa as primary sources of caffeine for students who often need to stay awake and focus in order to study or complete assignments. Moving on, the problem statement. The problem of the study was that there was a lack of information on the comparative effects of coffee and cocoa on the concentration levels of grade 12 senior high school students. For the research questions, we have 3 research questions. Firstly is, to what extent do demographic factors, such as age and gender, influence the effects of coffee and cocoa on student concentration? The second research question is, are the levels of concentration among senior high school students affected by caffeine from coffee and cocoa? And lastly, the third question is there a significant difference in the effects of caffeine from coffee and cocoa on concentration levels among senior high school students? The researchers use a conceptual framework using the IPO method, in which the input is 25 grade 12 senior high school students studying in St. Patrick's School of Quezon City was asked to drink coffee and cocoa. The process will be, or was, pre-test and post-test with the use of Stroop test. And the output, for the first question, research question, the results show the demographic profile respondents based on their age and gender. Out of the 25 respondents, the majority, which is 60%, were 18 years old. On the other hand, the results of the demographic profile based on gender show that 72% were male, while 28% were female. The results for the second research question is that it indicated that the mean scores from both the pre-test and post-test are interpreted as average. And lastly, for the third research question is that the paired t-test results for the post-test of coffee and cocoa intake show that there was no significant difference found between the effects of caffeine from coffee and cocoa. And now for the hypothesis. The hypothesis is null, which is there is no significant difference in the effect of caffeine from coffee and cocoa on the concentration levels of grade 12 senior high school students. And now moving on to the methodology. Regarding our research design, we utilize a quantitative quasi-experimental approach. This type of research design bears similarities to experimental research, but lacks complete randomization of participation into groups. Now let's discuss a data gathering procedure. Firstly, we consulted our research advisor to determine the appropriate cognitive test for our study, which was cognitive test, Stroop test. Once it was approved, we proceeded to distribute letters of invitation and consent forms to our participants so that they will be informed on what are we going to do. Afterward, we scheduled specific days for conducting the test. The interviews were conducted over a span of 2 days, with each interview lasting a maximum of 1 hour and 30 minutes. On the day of the interviews or experiment, the participants took a pre-test. Following the pre-test, they were instructed to consume the designated beverage for that day. After a 20-minute interval, the participants were once again asked to complete the cognitive test provided by the researchers. Here are some pictures taken during the experiments. Upon completing the 2-day experiment, the researchers began the process of collecting and analyzing the gathered data. Moving on to data analysis, we employed a paired sample t-test. This statistical test is suitable for comparing the means of 2 related groups, which aligns with our analytical needs in analyzing the collected data. And now I will present to you the results and discussions of our research. I will begin by presenting the data gathered to address our first research question. In our presentation, you will find 2 tables, one for age and the other for gender. Regarding the age distribution of our respondents, the majority, comprising 60% of the total respondents, falls to 18 years old category. We have 9 respondents aged 17, accounting for 36% of the total, and only 1 respondent aged 20. In total, we had 25 respondents. Moving on to table 1.2, displays the gender distribution of our respondents. Out of the total respondents, 18 were male, making up 72%, while 7 were female. Once again, this totals to 25 respondents. Now, to address the research question number 2, the researchers prepared 1 table. The first table presents the mean and the interpretation for each test. To determine whether the null hypothesis is accepted, if the score is within 25 below, this means that the results of the test is poor. While if it is above 25, which is the mean score for the total scores for the pretest, it will be on average or good, which means the results were good and the students are focusing on the test. And now for the problem number 3, for the results, table 3.1 presents that we observed that the two-tailed p-value is higher than the specified alpha level of 0.05. This indicates that we accept the null hypothesis, suggesting that caffeine from coffee did not have a significant effect on the concentration levels of students. Next will be the paired t-test sample for the cocoa intake. The two-tailed p-value is 0.01, which is less than the alpha level. Therefore, the results indicate that the null hypothesis is rejected again, indicating that the cocoa intake has a significant effect on the students' concentration levels. And lastly, the table presenting the data for the post-test of both coffee and cocoa reveals a p-value of 0.06, which is greater than the alpha level 0.05. Consequently, we once again accept the null hypothesis, suggesting that there is no significant difference in the effects of caffeine from coffee and cocoa on students' concentration. As a conclusion of our research, we have drawn three main conclusions. First, both coffee and cocoa intake have a significant positive effect on the concentration levels of senior high school students. And second, the post-test scores for both coffee and cocoa intake were significantly higher than the pre-test scores, indicating an improvement in concentration levels after drinking either beverage. And lastly, the paired t-test results for the post-test of coffee and cocoa intake show that there was no significant difference found between the effects of caffeine from coffee and cocoa on concentration levels among the respondents. Moving on to our recommendations, the researchers recommend the education institutions to consider providing coffee or cocoa to their students in moderate amounts during exams or other periods of increased academic demands to enhance concentration levels. Second, the researchers recommend food and beverage industries to consider developing products that are targeted towards improving concentration levels among adolescents. And third, the researchers suggest that senior high school students should be more aware of the potential benefits and risks associated with coffee and cocoa consumption, and are advised to consume these beverages in moderation. And lastly, the researchers recommend to the future researchers to recruit a more diverse sample population to ensure that their findings are representative of the wider population. In conclusion of our research has provided valuable insights into the effects of coffee and cocoa intake on the concentration levels of senior high school students. We have established that both beverages have a significant positive impact on concentration, as evidenced by improved post-test scores compared to pre-test scores. Additionally, our findings indicate that there is no significant difference between the effects of caffeine from coffee and cocoa on concentration levels. As we conclude our presentation, we acknowledge the limitations of our study and encourage future researchers to expand on our findings by including a more diverse sample population. By doing so, we can ensure that the results are more representative of the wider population. Thank you for your attention, and we welcome any questions or further discussion on our research. And here are the references for our research.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Okay, another interesting research. I am a coffee person, okay, and your study called my attention, okay, because I wanted to know if there is a difference in terms of effect, okay, on the concentration on taking coffee or cocoa. I thought, okay, cocoa, okay, could have lesser impact, okay, on my health because I palpitate, okay. Most often, okay, for me to reduce, okay, the assumed impact of coffee, okay, on my palpitation, I would take chocolate or cocoa. But with your research, okay, it's not correcting, okay, misinformation on my part, okay, and now I could say that you did a good job, okay,
Dr. Myla.
of me relearning things from you.
Dr.
So
Myla,
wonderful research.
Yes. Listen, dear students, when Dr. Myla said this her comments, that has a big value because she has so much experience. She's a wonderful researcher. So many citations, so many articles, so many researchers. So that is really a honor after comments of great Dr. Myla. Thank you. And yes, Dr. Myla, I think that these students really need to have their own session to educate, teach, and learn others how to make a research. Congratulations. And yes, we still didn't finish with St. Patrick's School. Dr. Myla.
Okay, we still have one more. We have Cristabel Janie Acedillo.
Yes,
Hello.
a very beautiful student and smart.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, clear.
Hello. I will share my screen.
Yes, yes, Cristabel, you can.
Can you see it?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. But we see also from the Zoom, this two, we see covering of share. Okay, yes, yes, yes.
Is it now?
Great, great. It is okay.
Okay, good day everyone. I am Cristabel Juni Asidillo from St. Patrick's School of Quezon City, Philippines, and I'd like to greet you all a pleasant day. Today, I will be presenting our research paper entitled The Utilization of Magnifera indica, mango tree wood ashes, as an alternative plant fertilizer in regrowing Allium pistillosum or green onions. This will be in compliance of the Sustainable Development Goal number 15, Life on Land. In our research paper, I'll have linked our study on using mango tree wood ashes as a natural fertilizer for regrowing green onions to Sustainable Development Goal number 15, Life on Land. By exploring alternative fertilizers, we aim to support biodiversity conservation and land restoration. The goal was to promote sustainable agriculture while preserving vital ecosystem services. Overall, our research aims to contribute to the broader objective of protecting terrestrial ecosystems and achieving sustainable development. Now, to start with the introduction, mango trees, scientifically known as Magnifera indica, are highly nutritious and widely grown in the tropical regions like the Philippines. On the other hand, green onions, also called Allium pistillosum, are popular for their flavor and therapeutic properties. They contain essential vitamins and minerals and are widely cultivated as well. Fertilizers containing nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium are crucial for boosting crop yields. Wood ashes, recognized for their rich nutrients, are being explored as a sustainable alternative to chemical fertilizers in agriculture. Studies by Sokrat et al. 2015, Ramad et al. 2021, and Cisner-Weeks et al. 2018 have shown positive results in using wood ashes as fertilizers, improving soil fertility and supplying necessary nutrients for plant growth. However, it's important to note that different types of wood have been used to produce ashes in previous studies. Thus, further research is needed to determine the most effective types of wood for producing agriculturally beneficial wood ashes. In this study, researchers aim to investigate the potential of using wood ash remains from Philippine mango trees as fertilizers. Since mangoes are abundant in the country, the researchers aim to determine if this type of wood ash can enhance the regrowth of green onions. The study will have employed a quasi-experimental research method, which involves manipulating an independent variable without random assignment to control and experimental groups. The study made use of the pre-existing conditions of the materials to create comparison groups. This study addressed the need for sustainable alternatives to conventional fertilizers in green onion cultivations. The researchers investigated the potential use of mango tree wood ashes as an alternative fertilizer to promote sustainable agriculture. The goal is to observe the effect of these ashes on the regrowth of green onions. The study aimed to answer the following research questions. Number 1, which among the various quantities of mango tree wood ashes increase the height of the green onions and has the most improved color, scent, and taste after a week? 5 grams, 10 grams, and 15 grams wood ashes were used. And number 2, is there a significant difference between the different amounts of wood ashes, Magnifera indica, in terms of height, color, scent, and taste of the grown green onions? Shown in the figure 2 is the IPO model, or input process output. In this study, mango tree wood ashes were used as a fertilizer for regrowing green onions. Different quantities of wood ashes, 15, 10 grams, and 15 grams, were applied to the soil. After analyzing the data, it was found that treatment A, which used 5 grams of mango tree wood ash, showed the most significant improvements in the growth, color, scent, and taste of the green onions after 1 week. These results successfully addressed the initial problem of finding an effective alternative fertilizer for regrowing green onions. Data collection method. In this study, a checklist instrument was used to gather information. Specifically, a 5-point Likert scale was employed to assess the effects of different quantities of mango tree wood ashes on the height, color, scent, and taste of the green onions after 1 week. The Likert scale is a widely used tool in research to measure attitudes, knowledge, perceptions, values, and behavioral changes. It provides a standardized and quantitative way to gather data and analyze the results. Now, for the hypothesis, the researchers hypothesized that there is no significant difference between the different amounts of wood ashes in increasing the height and improvement of color, scent, and taste of the regrowth of green onions. Data analysis procedure. In this study, the researchers used mean and one-way ANOVA. The data gathered from the experiment was carefully recorded in tables, analyzed, and interpreted accordingly based on the results of the statistical treatment. Now, to proceed with the results and analysis. Problem 1, which among the various quantities of mango tree wood ashes increase the height of green onions and has the most improved color, scent, and taste after 1 week? For treatment A, the table shows the mean and verbal interpretation of treatment A in terms of the increased height of green onions and most improved color, scent, and taste after a week. Table 1.1 shows the researchers' observations mostly lie on the scale of 3.4 to 4.6 and have an overall mean of 3.95, which means that the researchers mostly agree and that it represents a high level of improvement in the growth, color, scent, or taste of the green onions after applying the 5 grams of mango tree wood ashes. Next, the table shows the mean and verbal interpretation of treatment B in terms of the increasement of height of green onions and most improved color, scent, and taste after a week. Table 1.2 shows the researchers' observation mostly lie on the scale of 1.8 to 2.6 and have an overall mean of 2.4, which means that the researchers disagree and that it represents a low level of improvement in the growth, color, scent, or taste of the green onions after applying the 10 grams of mango tree wood ashes. And for the treatment C, the table shows the mean and verbal interpretation of treatment C in terms of the increased height of green onions and most improved color, scent, and taste after a week. Table 3 shows the researchers' observation mostly lie on the scale of 1.4 to 2.2 and have an overall mean of 1.75, which means that the researchers strongly disagree and that it represents no improvement in the growth, color, scent, or taste of the green onions after applying the 15 grams of mango tree wood ashes. And now to address the problem number 2, is there a significant difference between the different amounts of wood ash, Magnifera indica, in terms of height, color, scent, and taste of the regrowing of green onions? The table shows the results of an analysis of variance, ANOVA, with two sources of variation between treatments and within treatments. The results revealed a p-value of 0.000121804862, an f-value of 33.55, and an f-crit of 3.88. These findings indicate that the p-value is lower than the alpha value of 0.05, and the f-value is higher than the critical value. Therefore, it suggests that the null hypothesis can be rejected, providing substantial evidence that at least one of the group means in the analysis is statistically different from the others. Now, next, the table shows the results of analysis of variance with two sources of variation between and within treatments. The results in the colors revealed a p-value of 0.0013717421112, an f-value of 12, and an f-crit of 3.88. These findings indicate that the p-value is lower than the alpha value of 0.05, and the f-value is higher than the critical f-value. Therefore, this suggests that the null hypothesis can be rejected, providing substantial evidence that at least one of the group means in the analysis is statistically different from the others. And next, for the scent, the table shows the results for the ANOVA of two sources of variance between and within treatments. The results revealed here revealed a p-value of 0.01204272911, an f-value of 21, and an f-crit value of 3.88. These findings indicate that the p-value is lower than the alpha value of 0.05, and the f-value is higher than the critical f-value. Therefore, this suggests that the null hypothesis can be rejected. And lastly, for the taste, the table shows the results of ANOVA within the two sources of variations. The results revealed a p-value of 0.00181843238 and an f-value of 31 and an f-crit of 3.88. These findings indicate that the p-value is lower than the alpha value of 0.05, and the f-value is higher than the critical f-value. Therefore, this suggests that the null hypothesis will be rejected, providing substantial evidence that at least one of the group means in the analysis is statistically different from the others. And now to draw to the discussion. For the conclusion, based on the indicated findings, the following conclusions were drawn. First, the researchers concluded that the treatment A with 5 grams of mango tree wood ash resulted in the most significant improvements in the growth, color, scent, and taste of the green onions after a week. The researchers concluded also that there is a significant difference between the different amounts of wood ash, Magnifera indica, in terms of height, color, scent, and taste of the regrown green onions. Now, for the recommendation, to expand its purpose and to gather accurate data, the researchers are recommending the following. First is to conduct further investigations with a larger sample size. Second, expand wood ash quantity treatments. Number 3, future studies to expand their scope by incorporating additional factors. And lastly, to expand future study scope by incorporating additional factors and broadening experimentation beyond green onions to test mango tree wood ashes as an alternative fertilizer. Here are my appendices. Here are some pictures of the documentations. And here is my reference list. That is all for our research paper titled The Utilization of Magnifera indica, Mango Tree Wood Ashes as an Alternative Plant Fertilizer in Regrowing Allium fistulosum or Green Onions. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Janie. Another interesting research, okay, well done. With the high cost of fertilizers in the country, this study is indeed a welcome development, okay, that will surely help our farmers. We need more researches, okay, like this. Again, I could say you're doing very well, okay, in STEM. Okay, this is very good in terms of fighting hunger and poverty in the country. So congratulations, Jane. Okay, congratulations. Now we still have one more, okay, student, okay, to present. May we call in Daphne Pauline Santos from Bulacan State University. Daphne.
Hi po, hello. Am I
Hi,
audible?
Daphne. Yes, Daphne, we can hear you.
Sorry. I'm having technical difficulties po in
Daphne, can you open
starting
your
my
camera?
video.
Can you open your camera, please?
I'm sorry, my camera is malfunctioning at the moment. I'm so sorry. Wait. I'm so sorry, I can't open. It's malfunctioning po at the moment. Hello?
Yes, we could hear you. We're waiting. You may be able to work it out so that we may be able to see your presentation.
Yes, your presentation and you, yes.
I was instructed to react only, not present a research, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I was sent as a reactor, so wait. My camera is malfunctioning. I'm so sorry.
Okay, please continue.
From what I have observed, one of the most common problem or concern of each issue from the researches that's been discussed is the lack of knowledge, information, and awareness of the people regarding those topics. If every person were to understand the cause of these problems and its effect, then maybe we could minimize them or innovate a new approach. Here we could see the impact and the importance of proper and quality education and understanding. Quality education does play a vital part to actually improve the progress in achieving our SDGs. By ensuring that everyone has access to quality education and by providing necessary opportunities, people could potentially help each other out, as it could also enable them to have a role in the development process rather than just being the recipient of the benefits cultivated by these development programs and goals. As previously stated by Professor Dr. Quinn and Mr. Rajarao, give them education and they will be empowered and stand on their own feet. Education minimizes the gap between people, as better education could result to better understanding, which can lead to enhanced performance that could introduce new ideas and knowledge. This knowledge could result in innovations and advancement, which could then improve the quality of life and stability enjoyed by our citizens. That's all. Thank you.
Wonderful. Very shortly, but very brightly. Great, insightful. And we are really proud, Dr. Victoria Valenzuela, and your students from the Bulacan State University. And yes, for the students of St. Patrick's School, Professor Dr. Dari, keep doing great work with your students. All our speakers also today give guest speakers. Chief, so wonderful. But now we want to hear our great chairperson with her presentation. Great Dr. Myla M. Arkanas. So dear students, you are really lucky today to listen the comments of our Dr. Myla. Dr. Myla, please enlighten us with your presentation and speech today.
Okay, so I will be the one, the last one, okay, to present today. Okay, so
I think we will see Dr. Myla. They few to have problem with connection, so let us see.
Can you see my screen?
No, it is stopped, Dr.
No.
Myla. Try again.
Stop. Wait.
Yes, it stopped. Now, yes, but full screen if you can.
Can you see it now?
Great, Dr. Myla. Yes, it is great.
Okay, so Again, good evening to everyone. Okay, so I am Dr. Myla Arcinas, and I am to share with you, okay, my, oops, it stopped. Not moving. Wait, it's not moving.
Maybe little problems with internet.
Yes.
Try again, no problem, Dr. Myla. We have time, no problem.
Looks like I'm the one having problem now. Okay, can you see it now?
Not a full screen yet. Yes, great.
Yeah,
Try
but
to
it's
move
not
the slides.
moving.
Try to move.
My screen is not moving. Wait for a while.
It is freeze, and again you get out.
Yeah,
Yes,
it freeze.
it freeze.
Yes. It freeze.
Yes.
I'll be disconnected though if I move.
If you move slide.
Yeah. I'll be disconnected if I move this. It's not really moving.
No, let me see. No. Now it's now my connection is also coming unstable. Dr. Myla, I'm really sorry.
Yeah, okay. So maybe this is not my time, okay, for me to present. Okay, I'm having problem now with my connection, but again, okay, a big thank, okay, to everyone, okay, for joining us. Okay, a big thank to everyone, okay, for sharing your researches. Okay, we learn a lot, okay, from you, especially our students. It's good to know, okay, that our students are contributing a lot in the production of knowledge.
Yes, Dr. Myla, we will wait a few minutes because the speaker from Croatia will join. There are also network problems in my country, so for 2-3 minutes she will join also.
She'll join. Okay, good. I will try to disconnect first. Okay.
Okay,
I will
you
reconnect
try.
so that I will be able to work on my PowerPoint.
You try to disconnect and connect again. Please. Yes, you can do it. Yes. We will wait. No problem. So what to say today? We have amazing students. Christabel, all from St. Patrick. Great. We learn a lot. Reza Plaza Mendoza, Summer Cristobal Akanlale, Eliak Janan Encalada, Mohammad Ismail Hossein Khan, Clarence Shanley Lakanlale, Fritzi Nicole Tejada, Christabel Jane Esialado. Wonderful researchers. Again, I am repeating. Then, our great students from the Bulacan State University with Dr. Victoria Valenzuela. Today, our students from the PRMS University San Marcelino campus tried, but no connections. We need to have two great students, Yasutaka Paulo Mayo and Summer Cristobal Cantel from the campus. I hope they will join us next time. Great introduction, great speeches by our Dr. Elizabeth Lucas, Dr. Ajarao Rajidipali from Irizoric, Croatia, from Anna Marketing Sedlar, Croatia, Daniela Usmiani, Croatia. Then today, our great Anne Bost with her story from the France. So really a very informative and great session today conducted jointly with IIU Research Center, with the publication FSPAG, with the International Humanitarian Research Center from the Philippines in Bulacan State University. Their students Do you have anything to add till we are waiting Dr. Myla to join again? Please say, you can open your camera. You can open your camera and say, today, here is also our great Dr. Frolia Mobo with us. Students, do you have anything to say? Okay, Dr. Myla, we will wait a little Dr. Myla to rejoin. So this Global Summit on Education Research SDG on the topic the changing roles of education and research in achieving the SDGs really was fulfilled with learning to rethink, learning to act, learning to achieve. So we will keep reflecting, we will keep learning, we will keep collaborating, enjoying, and being nice to ourselves. Today, we need to be first to ourselves. If we don't have respect to our colleagues, to our students, so how can we talk about the SDGs? How can we talk about the sustainable future? And we really need to know what is today sustainable future, what is the meaning of the sustainable future, and what kind of the school and what we want to have tomorrow for our bright future. Our respected Sir Piyush Pandit his dream is really a reality. We are conducting and giving education to all the students around the world. And we are illuminating the path to our sustainable future of innovation. So what we bring, we see the students bring us the STEM. So if we talk about the innovation, in the terms of innovation, we always have the implementation of new significantly, which is improved products, process, marketing methods, organizational methods. So we need to protect our brain from the stress. We need to brush our skills, develop our self-awareness, bringing strength, stress management, solving problems, using IT technology, giving ability to motivate others, empower students, empower our colleagues. So these are so many key questions. Do we have the problems? How can we conduct these problems? How can we describe them? What is the potential? What is the main things? How can we do the main plannings? So today we had so many hypotheses. We have so many hypotheses. We hear a lot of these STEM students. We need to continue. We need to continue we need to continue encouraging the women and the girls in science. So sparking the creativity, bringing ideas that we can change the future of digital education, the future of our research, the future of our educators, the future of our students. Making develop project, testing projects, using the SMART goals. So that is a green and digital transition in new normal. Today, we are talking about the greener tomorrow. Today, we are talking about the high-end technology. Today, we are, for us, the ChatGPT is giving the answers. So what is our future? What is our future? We need to ask ourselves, and yes, we need to continue doing and giving the best to our students because we choose this like this is our mission, this is our vision. Education and research is for us something that we love the most and that we give them to that. So, okay, I need to just a moment. I'm still waiting my colleague from Croatia. She tries to connect, but again, a problem. Just a minute. Just a minute. Dr. Myla also lost the connection. She's trying to rejoin, but also I cannot accept her.
Back?
Dr. Myla, are you here? Are you back?
Yes, I'm back. Yes.
Okay.
I hope my
Please
presentation
continue.
will work.
Please
Okay.
continue. Please continue.
Okay, can you see my screen, Dr. Nada?
Yes.
Everything's good? Okay. I hope things will work now.
Let's see. Try a full screen.
Okay.
Can you move the
Looks
slide?
like, yes, finally.
Great. Great, Dr. Myla, great.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. Okay, I know it's already late, okay, but give me your time, okay, for me to share to you my talk, okay, and my contribution into this event. So the title of my talk, I will make it very short, is Creating a Difference, Changing Roles of Education and Research in Achieving Sustainable Development. Okay, I'd like to thank the IIU, Bulacan State University, and of course, the IHRM Philippines, okay, for inviting me to present in this paper. So for this coming 2030, okay, SDG targets, okay, will be assessed. And in that regard, okay, we need to exert effort, okay, to be able to create impact so that it will be measured and be part of the assessment that will be done in 2030. In this event, okay, we are here looking into the impact of SDG number 4 to the other, okay, SDG goals. Okay, so as said by Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon, okay, which we can use to change the world. The same line, okay, reinforced a while ago, okay, by Dr. Raja and of course, okay, our Dr. Queen. This line, okay, again supported by Christine Brugger, following and reiterating the idea that education, okay, is the foundation upon which we build our future. Therefore, okay, looking at education as a crucial element, a crucial force, okay, to attaining our SDGs by 2030. Ban Ki-moon, okay, the 8th Secretarial General of the United Nations, underscored that beyond education, research, okay, also need to be reinforced, to be beefed up, okay, because this is the compass that guides us, okay, to achieve a more sustainable development future. With this illuminating the path, okay, to a better future for all of us in our society. The role of research, okay, in the production of knowledge couldn't be undermined, okay, and with that, okay, we need to beef up, okay, our education with more and more researches. As you've seen in the presentation of our students, a lot of new ideas, a lot of new contributions, okay, that would help us improve our understanding of SDGs and of course, would give us a better way of looking at the impact of SDGs by 2030. So by ensuring a more inclusive education system and more quality research is being done, ideally, we will be expecting a better evaluation assessment of SDGs by 2030. Now, PISA is actually one institution, a program that assess students' performance, okay, in the global context, okay, measuring reading, math, science, skills, and knowledge of our students, particularly those 15-year-old and above. PISA stands for Program for International Student Assessment. This is actually administered every 3 years and it provides valuable insight into the extent to which students are prepared, okay, to the real world challenges and succeed in the global economy. Ideally, PISA's assessment concentrates on evaluating the ability of our students to apply their knowledge, okay, and skills to the real issues and problems, okay, that we have, particularly focusing on, again, math, science, and reading comprehension. So policymakers, educators, and researchers would always love to wait for the result of the PISA and debate on the results because they use this to plot, okay, policies that would improve, okay, conditions of their own country. Likewise, regional attack and global attack, okay, to improving quality education. The 2018 PISA result, okay, could be seen in this slide. And though very small, okay, you would see the ranking, okay, of the countries that participated in PISA. In this slide, okay, you will see the top countries, okay, that perform well in PISA overall ranking, combining reading comprehension, math, and science. On top, we have China, we have Singapore, we have Estonia, Japan, South Korea, Canada, Finland, Ireland, and United Kingdom as the top 10 countries performing well. As a Filipina, okay, it saddened me, it makes me feel sad, okay, that the results is not favorable, okay, in the case of the Philippines. So 15-year-old students in the Philippines scored lower, okay, in reading, mathematics, and science than those in most of the countries and economies that participated in the PISA 2018. If you would look at the result, of course, not good, okay, in the status of the Philippines. The Philippines is at the bottom in reading comprehension, only earning 340 points. And second at the bottom when it comes to mathematics and in science. Now, what is more important, okay, in this talk is for us to see how and what action points, okay, could be done to improve the quality of education in the Philippines. Of course, we were able to highlight in the different talks presented the importance of education to achieving a more sustainable future, to achieving all the targets, okay, presented to us by the United Nations in relation to the SDG, which will be needed to be assessed by 2030. And given that, okay, the need for different stakeholders, okay, to work hand in hand to improve the education given the current status, okay, of education in the country. To provide you the action points, okay, I will use the acronym education and research to give emphasis, okay, on the important action points, okay, that we need to do in the Philippines, okay, to address the low status of education, particularly reading, math, and science in the country. So we have here E, okay, for empowering our community. So education and research must be able to equip our communities with the knowledge, abilities, and resources necessary for them to be able to participate in education. There's the need, okay, to nurture local communities to be directly involved, okay, in learning, okay, and finding access, okay, for them to have quality education. Second, we have D, developing sustainable solutions. So environmental, social, and economic challenges are the focus of education and research, which focuses on developing innovative and sustainable solutions. So we need to look for alternative technologies, methodologies, as well as policies to promote and achieve sustainable future. And then U, uniting stakeholders. So education and research unite diverse stakeholders, including government bodies, the academe, businesses, civil society, to collaborate, to work together towards sustainable development. C, for cultivating sustainable mindset. So a while ago, Dr. Quinn, Professor Quinn mentioned, okay, the importance of proper mindset, positive mindset to instill values, attitudes, and behaviors that will promote sustainability. And then advancing knowledge. So education and research can advance sustainable development through discovery, analysis, innovation, and of course, information dissemination. And then T, transformation through educational system, from where we need to integrate the curricula, the idea of sustainable development. And then inspiring innovation. Education and research must be able to encourage creative thinking. So a while ago, you noticed in one of the presentation of our resource persons, creative thinking is crucial to problem solving and entrepreneurship. And then overcoming barriers. There could be a lot of challenges, okay, to meeting the SDGs by 2030, but we could look for good tools, approaches, and insights to navigate those complexities and find solutions. And then okay, we have nurturing resilience. So education and research help overcome barriers of sustainable development by addressing those challenges and provide, okay, the necessary practical solutions. And then for research, I have here R, okay, which means reimagining education. So a while ago, we said we have to rethink, okay, the way we do actions, okay, the way we act, okay, and the way we address concerns, okay, of SDG 4. So with this, okay, the need to identify innovative pedagogies, approaches, and learning models to integrate sustainable development for transformative learning experiences. So one of the presentation of our students a while ago look into the integration, okay, of the good LMS, okay, that would make their learning more effective and more efficient. And then engaging stakeholders. So crucial is that we should be able to make our stakeholders part, okay, of the process, engage them in the dialogue, collaboration, and be part of the participatory approaches for effective decision-making and action. And then supporting evidence-based practices. So if we are thinking of a more scientific solution to the many concerns and problems that we have to think of successful strategies anchored in science so that our programs would be more valid, okay, for a more sustainable future. And then enhancing, okay, curriculum design, which is very important. The role of education in sustainable development is anchored on the quality of curriculum design, okay, that we have. In the Philippines, okay, this is very important. We have to find ways to improve our curriculum system, something that would improve the quality of education, and perhaps in the next PISA, okay, we would be able to improve our ranking. And then advancing pedagogical approaches. Promoting active learning, critical thinking, problem solving would need proper contextualization, okay, of sustainable development. So teaching in a more contextual approach is very important. So finding the right tools to enhance student understanding and engagement is crucial when we think of sustainable issues. And then reconnecting with nature. Research emphasizes the importance of reconnecting education with nature and the environment. In the presentation of our students, okay, you notice the importance of conservation, protection of our environment. And with this highlighting the benefits, okay, if we would be able to foster conservation efforts and of course protect our natural environment. And then cultivating systems thinking. So do not think of a piecemeal approach. Okay, we have to think of the issue of the SDG as interrelated, interlinked issues. So think of education, okay, as the anchor, as the backbone in which we would be able to achieve the other more 16 goals. And then harnessing technology. Research explores the role of technology in advancing sustainable education. So as we investigate the use of digital tools, online platforms, and virtual learning environment to enhance access, collaboration, and engagement towards sustainable education, more targets of SDGs will be attained by 2030. So by recognizing the changing roles of educations and researches, we would be able to achieve more, target more goals, okay, in 2030. But again, okay, it couldn't be done, okay, by one alone. Okay, we need to work together. Collaboration, partnerships should all be in our mind. So again, thank you very much. Okay, this is Dr. Myla Arcilas from the Philippines. So short, okay, but I hope you were able to gain something from it. Thank you.
Dr. Myla, it was really great. It was short, but with we have so many great insights, informations, and really wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. But Dr. Myla, we are not finished. We have more coming. It seems that the connection stuff was better now. So let me now call one great educator from my country, Croatia, Professor Maria Istenic. Maria Istenic, we see your Zoom, not please, not the Zoom. Okay, yes, we see your. You can open your presentation, but I want to say that Professor Maria is working in the field of economy. She is she's a great educator with so many awards. So, Maria, welcome.
Welcome. Jel vidiš moju prezentaciju prije?
Ne pričaj hrvatski, vidim.
Here is the goal number 10, reducing inequalities. It's okay.
It is great. You can continue.
Yes. In generally, sustainable development has been defined in many ways, but the most frequently quoted definition is from Our Common Future. Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals were adopted by all United Nations member states in 2015, with 169 targets to reach by 2030 years or sooner. The goals and targets are universal, meaning they can apply to all countries around the world. Reducing inequalities and ensuring no one is left behind and integral to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Inequality within and among countries is a persistent cause for concern. Despite some positive signs towards reducing inequality in some dimensions, such as reducing relative income inequality in some countries and preferential trade status benefiting lower income countries, inequality still persists. COVID-19 has deepening existing inequalities, hitting the poorest and most vulnerable communities the hardest. It has put a spotlight on economic inequalities and fragile social safety nets that leave vulnerable communities to bear the brunt of the crisis. At the same time, social, political, and economic inequalities have amplified the impact on the pandemic. On the economic front, the COVID-19 pandemic has significantly increased global employment and dramatically slashed workers' income. COVID-19 also puts at risk the limited progress that has been made on gender inequality and women's rights over the past decades. Across every sphere, from health to the economic security of social protection, the impact of COVID-19 are exacerbated for women and girls simply by virtue of their sex. Now let's move to the targets. First target is the reduce income inequalities, and the plan is by 2030 year progressively achieve and sustain income growth of the but for 40% of population at a rate higher than the national average. Indicator is growth rates of household expenditure of income per capita among the bottom 40% of the population and the total population. The indicator measures the average annual growth rate of incomes of consumers of those in the bottom 40% incomes of a given country. Second target is to promote universal social, economic, and political inclusion. Goal is by 2030 empower and promote the social, economic, and political inclusion of all, irrespective of age, sex, disability, race, ethnicity, origin, religion, or economic or other status. Indicator for it or the proportion of people living below 50% of median income by sex, age, and person with disability. Third goal is to ensure equal opportunity and reduce inequalities of outcome, including by eliminating discriminatory laws, policies, and practices, and promoting appropriate legislation, policies, and action in the regards. Indicator in the proportion of population reporting having personally felt discriminated against, harassed in the previous 20 months on the basis of a ground of discrimination prohibitives under international human rights law. Next one is adopt fiscal and social policies that promotes equality. Goal is adopt policies, especially fiscal, wage, and social
Marija, ne moraš ići kroz sve to, ajde prođi malo brže, ne trebaju nam svi targeti, aj please.
A dokle da dođem? Kako nemoj?
Ajde dođi tamo da završiš te targete, aj.
Pa ne, onda mi je kraj. Next one is improved regulation on global financial markets and institutions. Goal is to improve the regulation and monitoring of global financial markets and institutions and strengthen the implementation of such regulation. Next is enhanced representation for developing countries in financial instructions. The goal is to ensure enhanced representation and voice for developing countries and decision-making and global international economic and financial institutions in order to deliver more effective, credible, accountable, and legitimate institutions. Next is responsible and well-managed migration policies. Goals are to facilitate orderly, safe regulation, responsible migration and mobility of people, including through the implementation of planned and well-managed migration policy. Next, a special and differential treatment for developing countries. Goals are to implement the principle of special and differential treatment developing countries, in the particular least developed countries, in accordance with World Trade Organization agreements. Indicator is the proportion of tariff line applied to imports from least developed countries and developing countries with zero tariff. Next is encourage development assistance and investment in least developed countries. Goal is to increase official development assistance and financial flows, including foreign direct investment to states where the needs is greatest, in particular least developed countries, African countries, small island developing states, and landlocked developing countries. in accordance with their national plans and programs. And the last one is the reduced transaction cost for migrants remittance. Goal by 2030 reduce to less than 3% the transaction cost of migrants remittance and eliminated remittance corridors with cost higher than 5% indicator in the remittance cost and a proportion on the amount remitted. Here is something we all can do. Find the charity you want to support, and the donation, big or small, can make a difference. Raise your voice against of discrimination. Everyone is equal regardless of their gender, race, sexual orientation, social background, and psychical ability. Visit local shelters, orphanages, minority community centers, organize conversation speaks to discuss the importance of the rights of volunteers there regularly. Does everyone at your place or work have access to healthcare? Find out what your rights are to work. Support migrants in your communities, volunteer in a local refugee camp, gather or donate the applying food, clothes needed. Stay informed. Here is one video to sum up all important facts about goal number. Let's look together. Nature.
Mentielo și internet.
Vedem.
I ne čujemo te ništa. Aha.
Hello, Nada.
Yes, we
Hello?
don't hear. Yes. Dr. Spresa, just a minute till the video stop.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mother Maria. It was really amazing. Thank you for introducing the SDG 10. We are really honored that you are with us here from my beautiful and our beautiful Croatia. Thank you. So let us move a little short to Albania. We have a great educator, Professor Dr. Shpresa Lia. Hello. Welcome, Dr. Shpresa. Please enlighten us with your speech. So today, our Dr. Shpresa will present. I want to say a few words about. We hear you, Dr. Shpresa. We hear you.
Hello, Nada.
Yes, we hear you.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
because I couldn't hear you. Yeah, so do I have access?
Yes, you can.
So can I start or a little bit later?
You can. We are finishing now. Please,
Thank
little
you.
short message,
Very
and
shortly.
we are finished.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Okay. So my talk is about life
We don't
skills.
see you. We don't see you.
Yeah. So now.
Yes.
Okay, at last. So life skills are the skills that enable people to live happy and meaningful lives, and also to reach their potential as well. So people who have sufficient life skills, they just flourish. And in this context, they achieve, what they achieve is through mental well-being, which is very, very important, and also their self-awareness, skills for appreciating humanity in others, as well as working towards well-being in one's community. So instilling life skills and well-being skills in school supports mental well-being in children and youth, not only for the time we are living, especially after COVID and especially pandemic situation, but it's to prepare young generation for the future. Our goal is also to decrease human suffering. So this should be taken very seriously by all the educators, whatever they teach in their schools. So life skill education is based on a lot of research being done all over the world, and it includes methodology. As I'm very much interested in that because I'm teaching methodology in my university. So it looks for positive pedagogy and positive education, which develops alongside with the positive psychology in our educational system. So teaching life skills should start from a very young age, including babies and also young children in the schools, but adults as well. So at school, for example, the kids should be taught how to collaborate and to work in team, to be responsible of what they do and how to be as a team player, for example. So what kind of responsibilities they take. So many educators, they agree in a way how to educate our students to do teamwork and to collaborate, especially if we consider the principles of the and the tasks and challenges that the 21st century education system calls on us. Besides teamwork, we also should teach them self-reflection skills, but and other skills as well. So, but these skills, which I just wanted to cut it short, we should pay attention to include them in the curriculum, because that is very important, how to include them and to involve them in our curriculum development for the 21st century educational skills that are requested. So another important thing is how to make our learners be positive. So while instilling these life skills to them, they should be taught how to be positive, how to accept the other. But before accepting the other, they should know who they are. So who, just to show some respect about themselves and to have more self respect on themselves, to have more belief and to trust more on what they do in their life. So this makes them to behave well and to acquire behavioral skills in their life, because these are very, very important with our students to be taught in the schools. Now, the last topic is just to talk about who can participate. And the last question to tackle is everyone, all the actors dealing with education systems should be responsible for developing life skills to our schools and to our school children. And not only, so it's not only the duty of the parents, though they start from the family, they start from the community they live in, but also should be included the teachers in collaboration with the parents, and also the policymakers, also the headmasters and head teachers in the schools. They all should collaborate and meet up in different kinds of conferences. They should arrange different trainings in order to train teachers how to develop life skills to their kids at home. But also the young teachers should need a lot of teacher training in order to be well equipped with all the necessary skills in order to provide our students with life skills in order for them to use in the future. So yeah, this will support all these kids and children in our schools in order to be ready to work in the field work, like wherever they are in the world, not only, let's say, in Albania, let's say my students, but also students everywhere in the world. So yeah, teaching life skills is very positive, is very mandatory. So we teachers should incorporate them into the curriculum. Yeah, so I tried to cut it short now, Professor Nada. And,
but you were
I mean,
great.
I tried to get connected, but thank you for letting me, because I'm in an open air, you know, as you see.
We
so
see
actually,
you
I'm
enjoy
by the
art.
sea, and perhaps, I mean, I found some difficulties to get connected. Thank you. Thank you.
No, it is
Thank
great.
you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Spresa. Thank you.
Yeah,
for
thank you
this
so
great
much. Thank
speech.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
So with our great Dr. Spresa from Albania, we come to the end. Once again, I want to thank to our great chief guests, to our great guest speakers, to our amazing students. Students, you were really outstanding. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. I want to thank to Dr. Maila for being a great chairperson and also for giving a great speech. Thanks to our great Sir Piyush Pandit, the founder, for giving us this great IIU stage, for giving us the opportunity to handle and to manage these conferences, because this is really our future. And if we are talking about today's topic, our today's topic is very, very important. Today we finished, I can say, 4 hours and 40 minutes of the Global Summit on Education. Almost 5 hours we were being a part of the Global Summit on Education, Research, SDG, on the topic, the changing roles of education and research in achieving the sustainable development and SDGs. So let's continue. Learning to rethink, learning to act, and learning to achieve. Thank you, great Bulacan State University, Dr. Victoria Valenzuela. Thank you, Professor Nada Ratkovic for the IIU Research Center. Thank you, Dr. Moba for the IAHRM Philippines and the SH and PH publications. We will still keep reflecting, learning, collaborating, and enjoying and working together. Thank you so much. Till our next event, stay safe, stay healthy, and let's continue learning and growing together.